Hello everybody and welcome back to Farm Sim 22. And welcome back to our Broke to Billionaire playthrough. Thank you guys for joining me. Thanks for being patient and waiting. Cheston, Dewan, Elite, Casual Gamer, Nick, Shameless, Marco, American Arsonist. Good to see everybody. Aaron as well. Welcome! Today, it is officially November, which means we gotta go do some cutting. We need to do our last harvest of the year with the grass. So let's get that started before we even do anything else, so that we can get this moving. Alright. I'm fairly confident we've already done all the selling and stuff in the previous episode that needed to be done in November. So we just have to simply make our way over and start doing the mowing. That makes the most sense. So we're going to jump straight into that without taking too long. What up, Jess? EXE? Kev? Good to see you guys. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Don't forget, as always, we have a 100 like goal that we try to reach for these Farm Sim streams, so if you guys could help us get there, I would much appreciate it. But, yeah. By now, you guys should have a pretty good handle on how these mowings go. We simply get over here with one. While that one's working on that, we start this one. Not gonna be, you're not gonna lie, but wasn't worried about. Jess, do you have me on like Instagram or Facebook or anything like that? You can always reach out to me on there. You know, I'm down to talk anytime. Links to my Instagram and Twitter and stuff like that is on my my page. But yeah, I get it. It's been an interesting week for me as well, I'm not gonna lie. So I'm sorry you're having an emotional week. I wish you the best, whatever's going on. What up, Annoyed Saturn? How's it going? Nick? Why no upload today? Some days I just need a day off. I know it's a crazy concept, but you know, sometimes you just need a little bit of time off. And that was me after the last few days. So, you know, I've been uploading every day, 7 days a week for a while. So every once in a while I like to take a day off. Okay, yeah, I mean, you can do that, or my name is David Doyle. You can search for me on Facebook that way, or just add me on Instagram, whatever's convenient for you. But anyway, yeah, it's been an interesting couple of days for me as well. So hopefully everybody's doing well. I haven't been streaming the last couple of days since the World of Warships stream. Just trying to get back into the swing of things. Elite, this is your first time watching Farm Sim. Well, I hope you enjoy. We have a lot of fun just hanging out and relaxing, chilling and talking with everyone for a few hours as we run some farm equipment, which is always fun. This does this every time. I always overestimate or underestimate how much room I need to turn this big thing. We'll get it eventually. There we go. There we go. Yeah, appreciate you, Kev. Glad you enjoy. Oops, hold on thought. Almost crashed into this guy while I was reading chat. When will I play World of Warships Legends again? Every Wednesday, my dude. I usually do an upload every single day. I didn't do one today. But tomorrow I'll be back on schedule for that. But as far as World of Warships streams, I usually stream every Wednesday. Usually Wednesday afternoon here in the U.S. Tried playing ranked. It was pain and suffering, mostly because you suck at the game. I do be like that. Ranked is pretty much pain and suffering, even if you're good at the game. Especially ranked 1v1 battleship duels where everybody's in a god darn ice dome on small maps that don't allow you to like maneuver your ship. Streamed last night. We were at least able to have a few laughs with Grim, Daniel, Anthony, and Harold. Ran over your cotton harvester with a trade. Don't be doing that. I don't eat into your cotton harvest. But glad you got to have some laughs. That's what I'm saying. You gotta have an escape once in a while, you know. And that's what video games are for me. Video games turned into more than escape, because I mean it turned into a job for me, but other than that, like, they've always been kind of video games and music. I've always said they've saved my life, and I've described that in the past. Oh god, man, this thing does not like to go up this hill with this baler on. Go, little thing, go! You got this. I believe. There you go. Like, I will make it. I know you will. Get up the hill. What up, Smoke Show? How's it going? Kevin, good to see you as well. We got a Kev and a Kevin. Nicole, welcome to the chat as well. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good week. Hope you and Jess are both having a better week. If not, I hope you have a better couple of hours sitting here watching me play some cards. If nothing else. What up, Titan? How's it going? Matthew, good to see you. All right, so that is our Headlands Pass done. Let's get over here and try to get the AI started on the down and backs. You guys know the deal. If you don't, you're going to learn today. I also need to make sure I check on my sheep and my chickens. Don't let me forget. So we'll do that right here, right now. That is not what I wanted. All right, let's check on our sheep first. Here's our little black sheep. How we doing? We got plenty of food. We got 49 sheep in there. So we're not quite ready to sell yet. We've got another 2 months. 2 months for these guys. How's our chickens doing? You got plenty of feed? Yep, you got plenty of food. It's good. I've already checked on you guys apparently, so that's good. How we doing eggs-wise? You guys should be producing more eggs by now, right? Apparently not. I know we just sold them, but we've got 82 round bales of silage. That's going to be huge. That is a lot of money right there. A lot of money. All right, what else do we need to do? Probably jump in a JCB, or no? Wait, is our bale trailer down here? I don't think it is. I think it's up at the top. Yep, there's our bale trailer. I see it. I see our bale trailer. We'll jump in this thing, head over here, pick up our bale trailer. So it sounds like I'm not the only one that had a kind of a strange week, but I hope everybody's... Hello? Am I that far off? Holy moly. There we go. That'll work. But I hope everybody's week gets a little bit better. Horseplay is the best AI. This game's default AI is trash. You're not wrong, Smoke Show, but unfortunately I play on console and there is no horseplay. So that is the unfortunate reality. But we deal with it. We deal it. What am I doing? Hello? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We already sold the eggs. The eggs and the canola oil we already sold. And then as far as... I think sunflower oil as well usually sells. Let me see if we can find it real quick. So sunflower oil sells best in March or February for $38.41. So we're not quite there yet. So we can get quite a bit more out of that. So we'll just wait. What else do we need to do? Oh, it seems to be okay with it. That's good. Having 4 sheep pens will give you a truckload of wool, and I got around 400 to 600,000 for that alone. I believe it. I believe it. But it also takes 4 times as much grass. And grass is doing me pretty good in silage at the moment. I do have a plan to make fabric and stuff eventually. You guys know that field that's right over the hill to our left, that gigantic field. This winter we will be planting cotton over there. So we will be having a gigantic cotton field and be using that for the other spinnery to make cloth. And then we will have to buy and place a tailor shop in order to make clothes from the cloth. But that's a ways down the road. What up, Marco? Have I ever played War Thunder? I have played War Thunder, yes. I actually have videos on my channel and a playlist called War Thunder if you're interested in seeing my thoughts on it. I didn't really care for the game. I enjoyed the flying and I enjoyed the tanks, but the game just doesn't go very well on my console. I shouldn't have to sit there and come up with an encyclopedia and try to map all my controls myself. Like, the developer was incredibly lazy with the port coming from PC. So, not to mention, people think wargaming is pay to win. Gaijin is like the ultimate pay to win. And I ain't spending that kind of money. Ain't happening. Alright, how are we looking? Might as well go pick up that other bale. Looks like we got a bale on the far side too. Might as well pick that up. But yeah, it was a pretty crazy couple of days for me too. So this week I started getting back into trying to do cardio again. I'm basically jumping on the treadmill early in the morning and just deciding to run until I can't run anymore. And first day I set it at 6 miles an hour too. That's the other thing. So I set the treadmill at 6 miles an hour, and I just start jogging until my legs get tired, essentially. And so first day back doing cardio, I ended up doing 0.3 miles. Second day, I ended up doing 0.5 miles. Third day, I got 0.7 miles. And fourth day, I got 0.8 miles. And then I needed a little bit of a break because I'm also adding that on top of my working out, lifting 5 days a week. And so, been going through a lot of working out, and it takes it all out of you, man. What up, Kane? How's it going? Bistian, good to see you as well. Going in nature, your son and I went to a state park, and we had a blast in the country. Awesome. Glad you enjoyed. Glad you had a chance to get out. What up, Daniel? Ian, good to see you guys. Oh, so the cotton harvester got hit so hard that it flew up in the air and landed on the train, huh? That was a straight up that was a straight up trick shot. What up, Doxy? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Fenrir as well. Appreciate you guys all dropping in. Making sky cancer and naval art. Uh-oh. Yeah, what you do is you just edit that little chunk of the stream out into its own little segment, and then you essentially just say that it was exactly what you were trying to do, and then make a short out of it, and then it'll get thousands of views, and people will be like, "Oh my God, you're the greatest," with no context whatsoever. But yeah, I don't know. The last 3 days for me have just been exhausting. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I have not wanted to do anything. I don't feel bad or anything like that, but even going to the gym and doing my normal routine, I've just been completely wiped. Like, I just did not want to do anything. And it was a deload week. It wasn't even like it was a super hard week. I made it harder than it needed to be for a deload week, but still. It was just one of those weeks, I guess. But, this week starts all over again, right back at the beginning of the program, only heavier and more reps. So, yay! Progress. But I'm getting the results. That's what matters, right? Like, it's so easy to get frustrated and bewildered when you're going to the gym, putting in all the work, and you're not seeing any changes. Trust me, I know what that's like. I've been doing it for a year and a half, and it feels like I ain't gotten any further along. Even though I know that's not true, because I'm a lot stronger than I used to be, and I'm definitely noticing changes in the targeted muscles that I've been targeting. So I'm pretty happy with that. But yeah, I can't wait for a few more months. A few more months of this, man. I'm telling you, you guys better look out. Better look out. Oh my God, it says they're done. You're not done, sunshine! Why do you do this? Why must you do this? You are definitely not done. Every time. Every time. Without fail. We'll wrap up this edge of the field real quick, and then we'll go start the next field. What up, Lucky? Good to see you as well. Appreciate you dropping in. Awesome. Sweet and spicy is amazing. I agree. I think all of his sauces are pretty good. Like, he's got a sauce that fits just about any taste profile you want. Whether you like a sweeter barbecue sauce, you like a spicier barbecue sauce, like anything in between. He's got smokier barbecue sauce. Like, he got a little bit of everything. And they're not half bad, man. Not half bad at all. You restarted your farm today. Uh-oh. Why's that? Did you go bankrupt? Bad, Daniel. Whole rotisserie chicken. Now that sounds pretty good, to be honest. That does sound pretty good, Jez. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of busted my diet the last couple of days, and that's not good. I had a pizza today. I ate ice cream yesterday. I blew up my diet this weekend, so I gotta get back on track. Otherwise, I'm never gonna be able to do the bungee jump. You'll be sending mine out shortly. You're waiting delivery on some new boxes. It's all good, my dude. I ain't in no hurries. You know that. I still have some barbecue sauce in the fridge, but I mean, you did give me 5 bottles of the stuff. But I have used it. Ain't gonna lie. Use it on some of my chicken that I make. I use it on occasionally I'll mix it in with a little bit of my tuna. I do eat a lot of tuna, and sometimes bland old tuna just ain't cutting it, so you add a little something to it. Barbecue sauce is not a bad substitute. AI worker has completed their task. Ain't that a beautiful sight to behold? God, I missed Farm Sim. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all probably thought I was giving up, didn't you? You guys probably thought, oh, Spartan gave up. He lasted longer than I thought he would on this, but nope, he gave up. Nope, you're wrong. I'm back. I do have a tendency to not finish what I start. I do know that. But only in video games. What up, Ernie? Good to see you. The Crack, good to see you back as well. What up? All right, let's switch over to the other one. Let's clean up what he missed, because you know he's missed something. Actually, doesn't look too bad right off. Well, he missed that entire corner. But other than that... We'll sweep up all the corners here. I mean, the good thing is we have a lot of grass. But we get through the grass relatively quickly. Like, it doesn't take us that long to get through all of our grass because we have two machines that can work in both, like, far corners of the map from each other that do all the work for us. So it doesn't take us too long to get through. What up, Y-Cat? How's it going? Farming Sim Lives, 40 people in chat. World of Warship Live, 350. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But it's not always about how many people are in chat. All right? I enjoy the game. It's a nice little relaxing game that I can play that's not stressful, that just kind of a time sink. I get to sit here. It's a little bit more intimate. I can sit here and chit-chat with you guys for a few hours. Like, I enjoy the hell out of that. I don't get to chit-chat a lot with y'all in World of Warships Legends. A, because I have to focus on the game. Otherwise, I'll be even worse than I already am at the game. And B, there are way more y'all than I can keep up with. But here, I can kind of just check over, read chat as we go, you know. It's not too bad. I enjoy it. Like, I enjoy the hell out of these live streams. And that goes a long ways, you know. Like, Flambast just made a video on this the other day where he was talking about how he's kind of lost all the fun of World of Warships Legend or World of Warships PC, and he's trying to like make the game more fun for his streams because he's tired of being like toxic and like he's essentially just burnt out from it, right? I mean, as you'd expect, the guy's been streaming it every single day for 10 years or whatever he's been doing. Like, he's just burnt out. But you gotta have games that you enjoy that are different, you know what I mean? And that is something that I've always done throughout the entire course of my channel. Whether you go all the way back to World of Tanks console, when I first started my channel, I have always had other games that I play at the same time. Sure, they don't get any views, but it isn't always about views. It's about hanging out, having a good time, posting the videos that I enjoy making, you know? Whether it be videos or live streams, like, I enjoy it. So, awesome, coming in with a $20 bomb. Thank you so much. Celebrating your AC finally being fixed. That is something to celebrate. Absolutely. Also, much love.
Celebrating my AC finally being fixed because you know it snows in Texas in August. Rolling eyes face. Hello, Sparty and all of you.
Dude, having no AC in Texas in August feels like it's just nasty. I'm sorry. Like, nope, that ain't happening with this one, all right? We ain't doing that. I'm from Ohio. We don't do heat, and we have been very hot all year long. It has been hot here in Ohio all year. Woo! We got some air there. Nice. Wasn't expecting that. All right, we're about to swing in here and get this one started on this field. Woo! All right, let that go there. Check on this guy. He's doing okay. Love to see it. All right, in that case, let's pick up all of our bales that we're missing. Felt like the prisoners in Texas, no AC? Dude, I don't know, man. I can't do it. I gotta have AC. Like, it's bad enough when I have to go somewhere in my car in the summertime. My car doesn't have AC. Like, going anywhere in the summertime, it's a black car too, so you know you are going to die. And then I always forget a hair tie too. Like, I always forget to bring a hair tie with me so I can tie my hair back so that I'm not just sweating my ass off in the car. Because if I roll down the window and I don't have a hair tie, my hair gets tangled like you wouldn't believe. Then I got to sit there and brush it out for like 10 minutes. Ugh, rough. But yeah, get some goats in the chat for awesome. I appreciate you guys. As always. Always coming through, being extremely generous. Don't forget, though, we always have a 100 like goal, and we currently have 27 likes. So if you guys haven't had a chance to punch that like button for me and you enjoy these streams, help keep the likes going. We want to keep our streak alive. The last one, it was a short stream. We didn't hit 100 likes, but that's on me. So I appreciate you guys. You guys know that. I won't hold that one against you guys. Dude, it has been hot this summer. Here in Ohio, I swear, it seems like we've had more 90-degree days this year than I've ever had in any summer, ever. I don't know if that's true or not, but it feels that way. And that's coming from somebody who rarely ever leaves the house other than going to the gym. Like, I don't go outside very often, so I'm in the AC most of the time, but I will say this. It's been hot when I do go outside. I even got a little bit of a tan going on my arms. I wish my legs would tan a little bit. Good Lord, I still look like I'm walking around with Casper's legs. It's ridiculous. Like, my arms are decently tanned, but boy, my legs are still looking like Casper. What's the time zone there in Ohio? Well, currently I'm at 9:19 p.m., but we are in the Eastern time zone in the U.S. We on a new map? Nope, unknown. We are still on the good old-fashioned Elm Creek map. Just a little bit of an update. We'll go ahead and save while we're waiting. I'll show you guys that are just joining us what our property looks like. Bonk. Everything in blue we own. Look at that. Look at the amount of land we own on this thing, man. That is absurd. Like, right there is the entire map. Look how much of the map we own. That's crazy. That is a big-ass farm for one person. Yo, AMF coming in, dropping a $10 bomb, too. Just got one question, then you got to go back to work. You hyped for Farm Sim 25? I don't get hyped. I am awaiting it, yes. But I don't get hyped. Though I did see the weather and the tornadoes and stuff, so that looks interesting. 2 a.m. in Portugal? Yeah, you guys are like, what, 5 hours ahead of us? Yeah, you guys are like 5 hours ahead of us. But I'm glad you're able to drop in for a little while before you go to bed. Yeah, have you not seen the latest, like, gameplay footage of the weather and stuff? Yeah, they got, like, tornadoes and hail and stuff like that in the game now. So, it's gonna be interesting. I'm sure there'll be an option to turn it off, because not everybody's gonna want to have to deal with it, but I will definitely be dealing with it. I enjoy weather like that. Alright, let's go pick up this bale.
Hey Spartan, just got one question and then I got Taco back to work. You hyped for Farm Sim 25.
Wonder what happens to a harvester in a tornado. You know we're gonna have to test. You know it. I'll be driving a tractor into that thing. Be like, look, Reed Timmer coming to you live inside the Dominator 69. Let's go. If you guys don't get the reference, then we probably can't be friends. I love me some Reed Timmer, man. All right. Dude, I swear I turned on the mower. All right, let's flip this thing back around. Pick up the little edge of the map here. Go down and grab what it missed down there in the bottom. And we'll send it across the road into the other field and start it on its final field. I enjoy watching his YouTube channel. Yeah, Storm Chasers was great, don't get me wrong. But I enjoy watching his YouTube channel, man. Him intercepting like tornadoes and hurricanes and snowstorms, and dude's crazy. Like, dude is legitimately crazy. I don't think anybody can argue that. Like, Retimmer is legitimately crazy. All right, so we got that going. Let's check on this, get it down to the next field. ARF with another $5. Got to get back to work. All right, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for dropping by. Be safe at work. Aw, we missed the spot. Sadness. It's all right, though. That's the worst that we're going to have. We'll be okay. Probably ought to go ahead and get the lime out, get the fertilizer out. Get ready to start doing that. So we'll jump in this JCB here. Grab one spreader. Your big John Deere stuck on the train tracks. Yeah, it don't take much, man. And it always happens at the worst possible time, too. Like, almost forgot. Little Tokyo drift action for you guys. Almost forgot to fill up our lime spreader. I always try to fill this up before we start so that I ain't got to worry about it. All right, watch this. We're going to do a 180. You guys ready? And whoop. Perfect! Look at that. Bet you guys thought I was going to screw that up. Come on, that was perfect. That was like a parallel park from a freaking movie, man. That was perfect. Aren't Alabama, Mass basically the same ship but with different names? Yeah, they're sister ships. Alabama and Massachusetts are both South Dakota class battleships. The biggest difference is just differences in the game. In real life, there wouldn't have been that big of a difference between them. But yeah. They are both South Dakota class battleships. The biggest difference in the game between the two is that Massachusetts has a little bit more versatility because it has the secondary build or the gun accuracy build if you want to do both. Or either or, sorry. And then the Alabama is pure accuracy. Like, it is all about accuracy. But yeah, other than that, they are literally the same class of ship. They are sister ships. kind of like Iowa, New Jersey, and Wisconsin are all sister ships in Missouri. They're all Iowa-class battleships. All right, so we got the liming started. We'll see how that works out for us. We'll go ahead and start picking up the bales. Dude, this is gonna be a good year, man. We're already at $400,000 in the bank, and we haven't even gotten to sell our silage yet, which is gonna be our biggest silage sale yet. So it's gonna be awesome. So much money! And then next year we're going to have the cotton harvest. It's going to be great, man. We got all the stuff coming up. All the stuff coming up. God, it's great having a freaking 43 meters spreader for a limer. What up, Vokton? Good to see you in the stream. Personally, I think that Mass is a little bit better than Alabama just because it offers the versatility. You can either run the accuracy build that you have on the Alabama, or you simply go back and run the secondary build, which is what I run on my Massachusetts. Both ships are fantastic, and technically Alabama is a little bit more accurate than Massachusetts. But if you go full accuracy build on Massachusetts, the difference is negligible. Like, you're not going to notice a huge difference. What up, Mr. Video Gamer? The farm is going well. Farm is going well, man. Vokton. That's pretty funny, I ain't gonna lie. Pretty funny. Alright, come on, AI. You're killing me. You're killing me, AI. Alright, how we doing? Everybody still working? Everybody seems to be still working. We'll pick up some more bales. Well, Crack, what I would recommend is simply getting in destroyers and playing them. Only way to get better at something is to simply play them, right? That is my suggestion. If you're struggling in a specific class, play that class more. Force yourself to play it, you'll get better at it. Unless, of course, it's aircraft carriers, in which case I refuse to play aircraft carriers because I hate them. Love you, Jess, but I hate aircraft carriers. Closest thing to aircraft carriers you'll see me play is Louisiana. You get worse at destroyers the more you play? Well, that doesn't make any sense. How do you get worse the more you play? What up, DX? Welcome. How many days in a month in this world? I've currently run it as one. So each day is a month here in this particular playthrough, but you can set it as much as you want, I believe. But I think that would be absurd to go too crazy with. Alright. Try to dodge all these numbskulls. Go up here, knock this out. Yo, awesome coming in, dropping a $10 bomb with 10 gifted. Thank you so much, my dude. Get some goats in the chat for everybody tonight. You guys are killing it, as always. I know I said this earlier, but because of you guys in Farm Sim this month, like seriously, because of all of you guys in Farm Sim this month, this is on track to be the most insane month I've ever had on the channel. So thank you guys so much. Like, you guys are actually bonkers. And I mean that in the best way possible. Alright. AI has done goofed again. Shocker. Shocker that the AI done goofed again. I would have never guessed. Alright, we can go through and do this. I don't mind. Doesn't take us too long. Do you think subs will come to Legends? Probably at some point in the future, but I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. I hope not, but at this point, I'm assuming they probably will. But it'll likely be after they discontinue support for the older systems. What up, Abysmal? Welcome. I don't mind playing destroyers. You guys know I like playing destroyers to play to win, though. Like, I don't play the destroyer chase damage game. I play a destroyer, I try to win in the destroyer. Which usually results in me getting anywhere from 50 to 60,000 damage. Usually I kill a destroyer or two destroyers and capture the bases and then spot for my team. That it's not a glorious living, but it is effective. Which is why destroyers are the highest win percentage that I have in the game. Usually revolving in the upper 60s to 70%. Which is pretty solid considering you're carrying 8 other people with you. But that just speaks to the power that is how good destroyers are in Legends. Like, if you really truly want to win, jumping in a destroyer is a good place to start. Because you control the outcome of the game so heavily. Because most destroyer players are pretty terrible. If subs get added, you might stop playing. Look, the way I see it is, everybody said the same thing when the carriers first come out. Like, we all said, well, if carriers come to Legends, I quit. If subs come to Legends, I quit. At the end of the day, if you like the game, no matter what they do to it, you're still going to be playing. So you might as well just embrace the new changes, figure out your strategy that works, adapt and overcome. I've played PC version with subs, and honestly, the subs haven't been that big of a deal to me. The aircraft carriers on PC are a much worse thing to go up against than subs, in my opinion. Have I been killed by a sub? Absolutely. One time. I've been killed exactly one time by a submarine on PC. One time. And that was because I let my guard down, I was in the middle of a fight, and out of nowhere, I just got blindsided by shotgun torps. And it happens, right? But most of the time, you got a pretty good idea where the sub is. You've got the counters to it. Every ship in the game gets like depth charge planes that you can call out. All you gotta do is try to get good at using those depth charges, man. It gets rid of them real quick. And that in my last game that I played on PC, I killed both of the enemy subs with a Kansas. Just throwing that out there. It was on shards too. I spawned on shards in a Kansas, and I killed both of their subs. And I took like no damage from either of them. What up, Loops? Good to see you as well. If I had an impactful early game, it depends. Like, when we talk about impactful, I'm talking like if you're doing things that directly lead to a better outcome for your team before you die, right? So I'm not saying killing a single battleship is impactful, okay? Because more often than not, there's plenty of battleships to go around. One battleship dying early doesn't really make a difference. However, you kill the only destroyer on the enemy team, much bigger deal. Much bigger deal. All right, let's see if that works out. We're getting pretty close to finishing up over here too. Very nice. What up, fishing and hunting? The Crack, good to see you guys. Well, I already said hi to the Crack. I've been talking to the Crack this whole time. I don't know what I'm doing. I haven't actually played subs. But again, it's kind of like a carrier for me. I have no reason to play a sub or a carrier. I just don't enjoy that play style. Though arguably subs would be a little bit harder to play because you're putting yourself in direct danger to try to get some damage, right? Whereas carriers don't have to do that. And that's why people dislike carriers so much. It's that they never actually have to put themselves in danger, and they're able to affect the battle so heavily. Focusing a good player, or taking out destroyers, or, you know, it used to be spotting for your team, but thankfully they got rid of that. I mean, they didn't do too bad on this. They kind of missed quite a bit, but they always do. All right, we'll go over here and hit this corner, and then we'll take this down to the next field. Maybe if you played with me, you'd get better at the game. I mean, I hear people say that a lot, but honestly, I've got so many videos out there that show how I play. Like, everybody's got their own play style that works for them, right? I play super aggressive because it makes for entertaining videos. Is that the best way to play the game? Probably not. But it is fun when it works, and it makes for entertaining content for you guys. But I am still above average at best, right? Like, I'm not a super uni like you see like Big B and some of these guys out here with 70+% win rates that are absolutely absurd at every ship class that they play. Like, that's just not me, right? Like, I am not that good. And never will be. But I do know quite a bit about the game. And I do try to pass that knowledge that I do know off to you guys, so that people with a little bit less knowledge about the game can enjoy the game as much as I do. Or at least try. Because there is a lot of nuance. At its core, World of Warships Legends is pretty straightforward and simple. But there is a lot of nuance to the game that a lot of people just never take the time to learn. And that nuance makes a big difference. and is a huge part of what makes great players great. Since the update with CVs, you don't play them as much. Well, the update made CVs better. Well, this last one slightly nerfed them after they were buffed into being god tier. But it's always good to try out new things and play different classes. I've always said that. Like, I always try to play all the classes except for carriers, just because knowing what their class is trying to get you to do in a given moment, plus getting hands-on, like with all of the different enemy ships that you're going to come up against, you know what their weaknesses are, you know what their strengths are, you know what they're trying to get you to do to bring you into their game. Like, it's such an advantage. Knowledge is power. It just is. No matter which way you look at it. You play the hybrids more. And that's fair. I mean, the hybrids are fun, man. Obviously, I don't recommend playing Connecticut and ranked battles. Just had to poke you there one more time. But other than that, I mean, it's not the worst ship to play in ranked battles. I mean, Florida's arguably worse than the hybrid was, just because Florida has absolutely no armor and a giant citadel, whereas Connecticut doesn't really have a citadel. And if you're good enough with those torpedoes, I'm sure they could be useful, but for me, those torpedoes are just too slow to use in a 1v1 consistently. Unless, of course, the enemy that you're up against is just a complete and utter fool. Which, to be fair, there are those out there. What up, paramedic? Welcome. But yeah, I think the hybrids shine in standard mode. Shocker. That's what they were built for. But I'll tell you what, they are fun. I enjoy them. They add a new, unique element to the game that you've got to keep your head on a swivel. Especially Louisiana. Louisiana's kind of busted. Like, if you haven't had a chance to play Louisiana, like if you didn't get it during the event and you have to wait till next year to get your hands on Louisiana, by the time you get your hands on it, it's probably going to be nerfed. But she is pretty spicy. Holy Chivas, you need to stop missing streams. What is that, though? I'm assuming you're talking about this. This is a mower, my dude. A mower with a baler on the back. It also drops everything into the middle in a swath, so we don't need to windrow it or anything. Pretty nice, man. But you can see it dropping all the grass right there into the middle. Over here and grab the rest of this real quick. But welcome. I'm glad you got to stop in for this stream. Don't forget, if you guys do enjoy, make sure you guys punch that like button. We got to get to 100 likes. I believe in you guys. Gotta get to the 100 likes. We're halfway there, almost. Bon Jovi, be proud. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. Take my hand, and we'll make it, I swear. Whoa, living on a prayer. Living on a prayer. Dude, Louisiana is busted. She is busted. My win rate is too low to join the fleet. Not really. I don't really have a dedicated win rate. I put that on there initially, but we have a couple open slots, so if you sign up, there's a good chance you'll get in. Just don't go inactive for a long period of time is all I ask. That's the only real requirement. If you join the fleet, play the fleet, help each other, add to the oil and stuff so that we can continue to expand the benefits of being in the fleet. Stuff like that. Just with your daily wins and all of that. I'm not saying you got to spend a bunch of money on the game or anything like that, but just make sure you're doing your part to help. Some people spend more than others. I personally spend very little on the game, so I understand why people don't spend as much. All right, let's head to the next one. Pick up these bales real quick, and then we'll get out the way for the limer to do his thing. Good old reliable 20 bales for the top 3 fields. It's pretty much 20 or 21 usually. It usually alternates back and forth. So we'll have like two that are 20, and then one will be a 21 bale harvest. Usually one of them is. And the other one's usually, I think, 19 or 18. But that's a pretty nice trailer of bales. Let's go ahead and get this guy started on liming real quick. Dude. All right. Get this finished as well. Bullying your motto with your planes, fair. Every time it rains, you lose your internet. That'd be something I'd look into, unless, of course, you had satellite, in which case I get that. Because if you got cable, it shouldn't be going out. All right, let's go finish this field. Jess, did you ever get my Facebook? Did you ever find it? Or my Instagram, either or? Obviously, it's better if you find me on Facebook rather than Instagram, because Instagram always screws up on me in terms of the messaging side of things. Like, sometimes it takes weeks for things to be delivered. It's so weird. What up, Ingmar? Good to see you as well. Appreciate you dropping in. Have I pre-ordered FS25? No. I'll probably pre-order it next month. Because it doesn't come out till November. And next month will be the first month where I have a little bit of extra cash after paying my bills. So I'll probably just go ahead and pre-order it next month. Not going to get an extra bale, but we can go through and get this a little bit swept up real quick. All right. Take this thing back over to the shed, get ready to park it. Okay. I'll check it out once you got me, or once we end the stream. Hope it wasn't my fault. I know the other day you were kind of bummed about me talking about Connecticut, but hope it wasn't my fault that ruined your week. Maybe we can talk about that purchase. Wait, what? How good is the Ashino bee? I have no idea what the hell is an Ashino bee is. I've never even heard of the Ashino. It was work? Oh, okay. Alright, spray off the gold-plated baler. Because we out here printing money with it. Spray off our muddy, dirty, nasty mower. Good Lord, this thing was dirty. It needed that. It needed that. Something fierce. Alright, we'll go ahead and swing her around in here. Hopefully I gave myself enough room. All right, got that all put away. Whoopsie, wrong way. How do you screw this up? Like, what even is this? I'm gonna need you to actually start working, you little turd. Alright, back to what we were doing. Let's go drop these off and then head over to the other two fields, pick up those bales. The interaction with the person on stream didn't help. Well, next time, just ban them, alright? If they're giving you trouble, just get rid of them. They're not worth it. At the end of the day, it's one person. And I didn't get to see the whole thing, because again, there's 300 of y'all in chat, so I didn't get to see it, plus I was trying to pay attention to what I'm doing. But yeah, if you ever had that kind of problem, just get rid of them. They're not worth it. They're not worth it. Have a good night, Daniel. Appreciate you dropping in. The pre-order purchase. Oh, like I said, as soon as I get paid, or I say paid next month, when I get paid for this month, then I'll probably pre-order it, because it doesn't come out until November, so I'm not in any hurry. Look at all the silage, baby. Dude, there's so much money. So much money right there. Alright, let's get this thing across the map to the other side. What are the states in the U.S. that are best to work and live? I mean, it all depends. Like, it depends on what your preferences are. Like, there's a lot of different states you can work in. And each of them have their own like advantages and disadvantages. So you have to do your research on what you enjoy. Like it's such a what's the word I'm looking for? Like it's such a big decision that only you can make, and only you know what you actually are looking for, right? So like depending on the type of job that you're looking for, there might be better opportunities in one state over another. Depending on the type of location that you're looking to buy or rent or live in, whatever floats your boat. You could take your pick in the U.S. That's the beauty of the U.S. is like, no matter what your like living preferences are, you can find it here in the U.S. Whether it's tropical, whether it's temperate, whether it's rainforest, whether it's desert, all that. We have it all. Like that is the swamp. Like we have everything. So whatever your preference for like locale is, like you can find it here in the U.S. and just with a little bit of research you can figure out what state is best for you. But there's all kinds of like things that'll tell you like the average median income and how much the rent and stuff is on average and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to your personal preference, right? It's so subjective. That's the word I was looking for, subjective. It's so subjective. Like I don't have a problem living in Ohio, though there are, ups and downs being in Ohio. But it gets cold during the winter, it gets hot during the summer, but we don't have droughts and stuff like other states do. We don't usually have to worry about wildfires very often. I mean, we occasionally we'll have a small one, but nothing like they get out west or down south. But I mean, weather is definitely something you want to check into here in the U.S., especially if you're from a country that isn't used to extreme weathers. But you definitely want to do your research into where you're planning on moving in weather-wise, because depending on where you're at in the country, you're going to see very different weather and the extremes of everything. That is the one thing about the United States that the United States has over every other country in the entire world, and that is the extreme weather. Like no other country in the world has weather to the extreme that the U.S. does. Period. So do your research before you decide on a place, because weather plays a huge factor here in the U.S. If you're on the coast, on the East Coast, you got to deal with hurricanes and storms and craziness. On the West Coast, you got earthquakes and volcanoes and droughts and wildfires and occasionally flooding rains depending on the year. If you're living in the north, you're going to deal with hot during the summer and cold during the winter. And depending on where at, it goes to extreme colds. So like it gets crazy. And that ain't me bragging on the US, that's just me being a realist. So make sure you double check for weather, because weather is a big deal. Be prepared. Anyone want to join your fantasy football league? I don't do fantasy football anymore. I played 2 seasons of fantasy football. I won both of them, and I decided to retire. I was like, this can't get any better. I'm done. I feel like we got more grass this time. What do you guys think? Am I wrong? Last time we had 2 extra bales. We put them on the forks and drove them back. But I feel like we got extra bales this time, which means we're going to have an interesting time getting this stuff back up there. I don't want to have to come all the way back down here for 1 bale. Damn it. I missed it. All right. 1, 2, 3. Nope, it's going to be the 2 bales again. Dude, that is so perfect. Like, this field is the perfect size. Between these 2 fields, it is the perfect size to fill up the trailer. We have 2 bales left over. I just put them on the forks and we're good to go. Perfect. All right. Alright, let's stick this bale with the right fork. Boop. And we'll go over here and stick this bale with the left fork. Boop. Look at that. Perfect. Definitely not roadworthy or road safe, but hey. You won't tell, I won't tell. What up, Def Max? Welcome. What up, Grim? Good to see you as well. I'll be honest, if there was a state that I think that I wouldn't mind living in, it'd probably be South Carolina. I feel like South Carolina would be a good mix of both southern and, you know, still nice, you know? Like, I feel like North Carolina's a bit too busy. South Carolina seems to have quite a bit of open area. I think South Carolina would be a nice state to live in. But yeah, if you're not used to extreme weather, then coming to the U.S. can be a bit of a shock. Because we have the extremist of weather. we have the terrorist organization of weather. Okay, that's how this works. You want to pay for the pre-order purchase, but you need some help on the PayPal stuff, so I will DM you. I have no idea what you're talking about, but are you talking about donating to me to do the pre-order of Farm Sim 25? Is that what you're saying? If that's the case, I appreciate it, but like I said, this month has been one of the craziest months that I've ever had on the channel, and if it stays the way it's going, it will be the craziest month I've ever had on the channel. So I'll definitely have the money. Like I said, I just have to wait until I get paid again. I just got paid for last month on the 21st, so I get paid in September. But like I said, I'm not in a hurry to pre-order a video game because like it doesn't come out for another 2 months or 3 months. So I'm not in a hurry to get it because I can't do anything with it. It's just a pre-order. Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate the thought there, Ingmar. I really do. Boop. All right, let's get this thing tilting up. I actually considered watching Harry Potter again over playing Farm Sim tonight. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I started watching Harry Potter, the Sorcerer's Stone or the Philosopher's Stone, whatever you want to call it. Depending on when you started watching the series, you'll get it one way or the other. But yeah, I started watching it the other day when I started running again. As something that I put on my TV while I'm running on the treadmill to distract me from the pain and misery that I'm experiencing. Because I hate running. I hate running. Really do. But yeah, I was thinking, I ended up finishing the movie the other day. And I was like, you know what? I own all the Harry Potter movies on Amazon. I could easily just pop up to the next one. I think the next one is what? See, it was the Sorcerer's Stone, aka the Philosopher's Stone. Then there was Prisoner of Azkaban is next. I could be wrong. All right. Of course, the AI screwed this up again. Shocker. Like, I don't know what's so hard about going down and back. What is so hard about that, AI? Like, how do you screw this up? You got a 43-meter working width. You still screw it up. That's impressive. Not in a good way. Oh, beautiful. Look at these trees, though, man. I ain't gonna lie. The fall in this game does look really good. Or autumn, depending on who you talk to. Uncle Breda, welcome. What's the best state in the Atlantic side, ocean side of the U.S.? Again, it's subjective. Like, depending on who you ask, you're going to get 100 different answers. Well, I say 100. There ain't 100 states. There ain't even 100 states in the U.S., but you get what I'm saying. Like, it's so subjective. Like, best for what? You know? And only you can answer that. Like, what are you looking for in a state? Like, what is your primary concerns when you're looking for a new state or looking to move to the States? Good evening, Def. Appreciate you dropping in, my dude. Yeah, I hope the AI is better than it is currently in Farm Sim 25. I ain't gonna lie. I hope it is. That is one thing that they desperately need to get fixed. And I feel like it's unnecessarily bad. Like, modders can come up with fixes to the stuff, so why can't the developers? You know what I mean? If Joe Schmo sitting in his cubicle at home can come up with an answer to a solution or a solution to a problem, then without getting paid for it, then what are you guys' excuse as a developer? You know what I'm saying? Like, that is one thing I don't understand. Now, that's not taking anything away from the modders. I know modders are incredibly, like, talented individuals, especially certain modders are. But I'm just saying, like, if some random dude sitting at home comes up with a mod that fixes the problem, how the hell does the actual development studio not come up with the same mod? Hell, just rip it off of them. Say, hey, look, I see your answer, your solution to this. We're going to give you a little bit of a paycheck here, and you're going to keep your mouth shut. We're going to take this from you. Thank you for your support. But then the modding, or then the company that ends up doing that will end up buying the mod and then charging us for it. That's how that works usually. What up, Wolfie? Good to see you. I will be getting the new game, yes. But it doesn't come out till November, so we got some time. Oh. What up, Grim? Man, I'm tired. This might be a short stream, too. I have been up since like 4 o'clock this morning. So that's my excuse. Oh, I'm sure they have. Like, a lot of the stuff that they add in game is stuff that people have added through mods. And a lot of games do that. As long as they're willing to, like, admit it and give a little bit of something to the people that actually created the mod or whatever, then I got no problem with it. It's the people like Bethesda that end up taking the stuff that modders make and then charging for it that's a bit scummy. Alright, let's jump in this bad boy. Pick up our fertilizer spreader. and go fertilize. Fertilize and revitalize. We're gonna have to pick up, speaking of fertilizer, we're gonna have to pick up fertilizer. Good Lord, we're about out. Fortunately, we're going to the top of the map, and I just happen to have a thing full of fertilizer up there, so. AI is blocked by an object. What are you blocked by? I better check on him. Lord knows, he can find a way to screw it up, he will. Maybe there was a train. Yeah, a train just went through. Never mind. Help us, Obi-Wan Spartan. You are our only hope. I am no Obi-Wan, okay? I don't even know what character I would fit into in the Star Wars universe. Alright? Like, I'm sure there's somebody out there that fits me to a T, but it ain't Obi-Wan Kenobi, that's for damn sure. Like, I don't know much about Star Wars, but that guy can suck it. You were the chosen one, Anakin! I don't like Obi-Wan, I'm sorry. I am a very unique individual. Finding somebody that fits like me in like a series is a different, like, it doesn't happen very often. Now, I'm starting to see more and more people like me on the internet, which is interesting. Like, I am running into a lot more people like me out there, which is nice. Knows I'm not completely crazy. But yeah, when it comes down to, like, representation in, like, movies or TV shows or anything like that, it just doesn't happen. Like, there just ain't that many people like me. And even among people like me, there ain't that many people like me. I'm just different. I'm unique. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's my story. Whoa, that's my story. Oh, God. Well, I ain't got a witness, and I can't prove it. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Pew, 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 pew. Cause just last week I threw the hammock in the attic. You know, my skin got so thin she could see right through it. And I started, well, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's my story. Well, that's my story. Oh, update. I actually downloaded an app the other day and took a little bit of a singing test. All right, I wanted to see where I stand in the singing like world. Because I've never done it, right? Like, I didn't know if I was considered a baritone or what. I didn't think I had enough range to be considered a baritone, but shocker, I'm a baritone. I can sing low enough and high enough to be considered a baritone. So, yay. Update. But I mean, it makes sense, because I do sing a little bit of both ways, you know what I mean? I am the best of both worlds, after all. So it makes sense that I can sing low, I can sing high. Can you marry Padme? Nope, you get Jar Jar. Only Jar Jar for carrier players, sorry. Jar Jar was your guy, that you're the only one. Lord have mercy, that guy was obnoxious. I don't even watch Star Wars, and the guy irritated the hell out of me. Well, that's my story. Well, that's my story. Well, I ain't got a witness, and I can't prove it. But that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Boo, 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 boo. Should have a French add-on so you can spread manure on government buildings. I have seen that. I've seen the videos of that. is definitely an interesting thing. I've seen it done here in the U.S. too. I've seen farmers get pissed off and go spread manure on the side of a bank. That is definitely a thing. Boy, that'd be a fucking disgusting job to clean up, wouldn't it? Imagine you're just an innocent bystander in the bank and you gotta go out the bank and it's the only door in and out, right? Oh, that'd be a shitty job. You liked that the actor who played Jar Jar was able to be a badass Jedi in The Mandalorian? Nice. The more I needed, the less you gave. I guess you thought that it worked that way. Might get lonely, but this time, baby, I'm good as gone. If you think I won't go, watch me. Whoa, watch me prove you wrong today. Well, you don't even know, well, you lost me. You think I'd always stay. Whoa, just watch me walk away. There's one for you, Jess. I bet you ain't heard that one in a minute. Close enough. Alright, let's get this over to the last field. We'll start the AI on trying to get that done. And we'll go check on our fertilizer pal. Have I seen the new Star Wars Lego? I have not. I have not seen any of the Star Wars Lego. I have not seen any of the Lego movies. It is just not for me. Then again, I don't watch regular Star Wars either, so there's that. I guess you thought that it worked that way. You might get lonely, but this time, baby, I'm good as gone. If you think I won't go, whoa, whoa, watch me. Whoa, watch me prove you wrong today. Well, you won't even know, well, you lost me. You think I'd always stay? Oh, just watch me walk away. Who sings that? It's not Shania Twain, right? Like, who sings that song? I know it was a song from the 90s that I grew up listening to because Mom was a big fan of the country back then. King of the Swingers. I mean, Sultan of Swing? Is So, King of the Swingers does not sound like a song. It sounds more like a website. Like, what are you watching? Huh? Somebody just looked up your internet history. And they want to know what King of the Swingers is. Disney? King of the Swingers is a Disney song? That can't be right. That can't be right. I wouldn't put it past them though. I'm sure there's something. Disney always squeezing like adult-oriented stuff into their stuff. It wouldn't surprise me. Look for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strifes. I mean those bare necessities, those Mother Nature's recipes. Bring the bare necessities of life. Wherever I wander, wherever I roam, I can't be fonder of our great home. The bees are buzzing in the trees to make some honey just for me. Will you look under the rocks and plants and take a glance at the fancy ants and maybe try a few? The bare necessities of life will come to you. Look for the bare necessities, simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean those bare necessities and Mother Nature's recipes. Bring the bare necessities of life. That's the closest that you'll ever get out of a Louis Armstrong impersonation for me. That's borderline disrespectful, and I love the man. I love his music. I love everything about that era. Like, but yeah, that's borderline disrespectful. But I do love his music. I want to be like you. I have no idea what that one is then. But yeah, Louis Armstrong actually sang that song, believe it or not. I know it's from the Jungle Book, but yeah, like Louis Armstrong, one of my favorite singers of all time. Trumpet player, absolutely insane. Love his music. But yeah, fun to listen to. No, he didn't. Did he? Wait, what? Spartan has given up on bees. They did good for almost $100,000 a year. It wasn't that I gave up on them. They were just getting in the way. So we moved, or we were planning on moving them, and we just never have at this point. But if I do put bees back in, I would put them over there next to our grape farm, our vineyard. What up, Demon? Welcome to the stream. All right, hit me with some songs in the chat, guys. I feel like singing tonight. Hit me with some songs. What do you guys want to hear? Preferably something we ain't heard in a while, or haven't heard at all. Hit me with some random stuff. See if I can hit any of them. Y'all know I love to pull out random songs, so. Yeah, I don't know that right off the top of my head there, Def. It sounds like something from the Jungle Book, and I'm assuming it's the orangutan, but I don't know. She packed my bags last night, pre-flight, 0 hour, 9 a.m. For such a timeless flight. I miss the earth so much. I miss my wife. It's lonely out in space. On such a timeless flight. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time till touchdown brings me round. I get to find I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. Rocket man. Burning out a fuse up here alone. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Fun fact, that song actually used to make me cry before I actually, came out and told my dad. Like, it took me a while to come out and tell my dad. Like, I had already been on HRT for a while before I broke it to my dad. And obviously, you guys know, I've talked about my dad before. My dad's super conservative, like, very religious, and I'm named after him, for God's sakes. So, like, in my head, I always pictured, like, when I would decide to come out to him as being a huge argument and just the worst things that you've ever heard, like, being thrown at each other. And the reason being is, like, I'd heard my dad talk about people like me lots. Anytime something came on the radio that was gay or trans or anything like that on the radio that would come out in some sort of, like, thing, my dad always had something negative to say, right? Always. And, I'd be sitting there right next to him, and the only thought that came through my mind was, like, one of these days, he's going to say something, and then I'm just going to finally snap and then just, like, let him have it. Like, he's going to say something that just drives me crazy, and I'm just going to let him have it right then and there. But that ain't the way things ended up, thankfully. It actually ended up a lot better than that. This was back when I was still living with Dad. After Mom passed away, I had moved in with Dad, and I was staying with him for a while before I ended up going and get my own apartment. But when I was staying with Dad, like, I used to like go for walks, right? It was right after I'd started, like, trying to get really super healthy and stuff like that. So I'd been going on 5-mile walks every day, all of that. And, I get my music going and I just, have a good time while I'm walking. But, like, every time that I would try to, like, break the news to my dad, I would lose it. Like, I just couldn't do it. Then one day I was talking to my friend Dare on the phone, and she and I came to the conclusion, like, she basically said something along the lines of, like, one way or another, you need to get to the point where you're okay with it, and then to tell everybody else, not because you're waiting for their validation, but because you want them to be a part of your life, right? Like, you don't want to be hiding. And so it was at that moment I decided to go tell my dad. And so I walked into my dad's bedroom. He's in there watching one of his like Western shows on TV, and walked into Dad's bedroom and sat down on the edge of the bed. And I was quiet. I was legitimately terrified of what was about to happen. And so I'm sitting there, and I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything to him when I walked into the room. I didn't say anything to him, like, while I was sitting there. And I sat there for a good 2, 3, 4 minutes before he finally broke the tension in the room and said, like, is something wrong? And I looked at him, and I couldn't say anything. And he said, do you want to talk about it? And I said, only the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life, right? Like, it is legitimately the hardest thing I've ever had to do. Because you go through all of these like situations in your head as to how the conversation is going to turn out, and you always fear the worst because you see all the stories and stuff of other people doing it and their families disowning them and all this craziness. And so like you go through this fight in your head long before it ever happens. And in my case, it just so happened that like it was worse in my head than it actually was in real life. But when he finally said, like, do you want to talk about it? I started crying, like legitimately started crying, like full tears streaming down the face, just started crying. And there was nothing I could do about it. Like, I wanted to tell him so bad, and I've been waiting so long to tell him. And there had been several occasions, like, leading up to that moment, too, where, like, we were, when we did the Battleship New Jersey tour, Dad and I was staying in a hotel room and stuff like that, and I wanted to tell him there, I couldn't tell him. He was sleeping in his bed, I was sleeping in mine, and while he was sleeping, I was crying into my pillow, like legitimately had my pillow over my face, crying into my pillow, because I wanted to tell him, but I couldn't. And I'll tell you what, after I finally told him and said everything that I've been wanting to say for so long, it was like the world had been lifted off my shoulders, like legitimately. It was so nice to just finally not have to worry about that anymore. Not having to worry about, like, if I get caught out in public by somebody I know, what are they going to say to my dad, or you know what I mean, that sort of thing. Like, I don't have to worry about that anymore. So it's a whole thing, man. People don't understand, and there's no way for other people to understand that haven't experienced it themselves. That's the thing. So anyway, that's a whole thing. What do we got? Jessica with the $2, sing Johnny Be Good. That might be something I don't know the words to. Go, Johnny, go, go. Go, Johnny, go, go. I don't know that one. DX, yes, I am trans. I know a lot. You see, that's the thing. A lot of people on my YouTube channel don't know because they haven't seen the video, which is fine with me. Like, I try not to like mix that with the channel all too often. Like, it'll come up in conversation occasionally, but it's not something that I like constantly harp on my channel because people aren't here for that. They're here to listen to ships or farming or whatever game I'm playing at the time. They're not here for all that. But I have always been open and honest with people on my channel, and that is a part of my life, so I like sharing occasionally. And there have been people that have come forward and thanked me for being open and honest about it because it allowed them to be more open with who they are, and that's awesome. I don't try to like force anybody to be any specific way. I don't ask people to change their pronouns for me or anything like that. Like, I'm just me. Right, that's the way that I've said. I don't ask people to call me by my other name. I simply say, like, you treat me the way you've always treated me. The only difference between me now versus me that you've always known is that I'm gonna start looking a little bit different. That's it. Like, that is the only difference. As for my channel, nothing has changed on my channel, and that's what I tried to tell everybody in that video. Is like, nothing is changing for you guys. It's not like I'm suddenly going to come in and I'm going to be like having a face cam on and wearing makeup and dressed all to the nines and changing my voice and all that stuff. Like, it's not who I am. Like, it's right. Like, it's like, this is my job. I have a specific way that I talk to everybody. So that's the way that I'm going to be talking. Like, I don't need to change everything. The stuff that I go through in my personal journey is just that. It's personal. So. But I do enjoy talking about it occasionally, just due to the fact that, like, it has helped people that are like me who maybe haven't got to that point where they're able to be open with themselves or with their family, and it does help people. So occasionally it's okay to talk about stuff. but it isn't the whole purpose behind my channel. So we try to keep it relatively gaming related. Everybody wants to be a cat. I don't want to be a cat. Do 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 do. Prune our grapes. I will check on that. First, I gotta finish fertilizing my fields. Now, do we cultivate too, or just prune? Sing some Beatles. Little old lady from Pasadena. I don't know that one. What up, Guten Tag? Welcome to the stream. What is some good old-fashioned Beatles music that I like? I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest Beatles fan in the world. God, I'm trying to think of a Beatles song right off the top of my head, and I can't think of one. There's so many Beatles songs. My head's stuck. What up, RC? How's it going? Not gonna lie, me being trans explains some things. Can you elaborate? I'm not being a jerk or anything like that, and if you don't feel comfortable, that's fine, but I would love to know what you're referring to when you say that.
Sing the Pokemon theme song, just prune cultivate later.
Da-da-dun. I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test, to train them is my cause. I will travel across the... I don't know that one. I think it's sky. Like, I will travel across the sky, searching far and wide. So, da-ba-da-ba-da-da-da-da. The power that's inside Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. This is our destiny. Oh, you're my best friend in a world we must defend. Pokemon. Yeah, I know the song. What up, Gerardo? How's it going? Kabuki's in the chat. What up? We all live in a yellow submarine. I actually don't know that one. I've heard of it, but I've never actually like looked up the lyrics or anything. Hotel California. I think we sang that the last time. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. That's a Beatles song, but I don't know the words to that one. How I talk, what I look like. Okay, the looks I can definitely see, especially over the last couple of years with me growing my hair out and stuff like that, losing a bunch of weight, so my cheekbones come through and all that stuff. Like I can get that. Yeah, the weightlifting definitely kind of gives it away, for sure. But yeah, like, I don't know. It's one of those things. I've never really, like, most people don't know. Like, I say most people don't know. A lot of people know now, but most people didn't know and were completely caught off guard the first time that they found out that I was trans. Like, most people had no idea. And at that time, I'd already been growing my hair out and stuff. I started growing my hair out in January of 2020. I didn't even start HRT until December of 2020. He said, day, daylight come and me one go home. Day, me said day, me said day, me said day, daylight come and me one go home. Little Beetlejuice. That's the only, that was the first place I heard that song, was Beetlejuice. Then it came up in the actually it wasn't, I was thinking it was in The Mask, but I don't think it was in The Mask. I think Mask had its own little like the Rumba Man or something like that. I forget what the song was that The Mask did, but that was fantastic too. And what was it about, like, the early or the 90s movies that they all had like some sort of like mass group dancing, singing conga line sort of deal? Like, if you go back and watch, there's so many 90s movies that have that. So many of them. The videos caught you off guard a little bit. That's fair. A lot of people say that I don't look the way that I sound, which I get. Again, I don't put on a voice for you guys. Like, this is my natural voice. I've tuned my voice through years of working in having to talk to people in like different languages and stuff like that. So it's kind of nice that I can communicate pretty well with people from all over the world with my English, and they can understand it a lot easier than most people. So I don't plan on changing that at all. Again, that's my money maker. I can't really change that. At least not currently anyway. We all breathe the same air. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We're all human at the end of the day. If you're not human and you're watching this video, let me know what that's like down in the comments below. I'm a king of a rumba beat. Yeah, exactly. You know the one. That's a great freaking like moment too. Like that whole situation where he's got all the cops singing and stuff. Chick chickaboo, chick chickaboo, chick chickaboo. It's so good. It's so good, man. Dude, Jim Carrey has always done that though. Like Jim Carrey is so good at like doing the songs and stuff in his video, in his movies. And that goes all the way back to, like, if you guys ever watched, God, it would be Dirty Harry and the Deadpool, right? I'm not talking about new Deadpool and Wolverine. I'm talking about the old Clint Eastwood Dirty Harry movie, Dirty Harry and the Deadpool. Jim Carrey's in that movie. He plays a singer doing the Welcome to the Jungle at the beginning of the movie, and it's fantastic. And then he ODs and dies immediately after, but still. It's fantastic, man. Jim Carrey's so talented, man. A little crazy, but he is talented as hell. And nobody can take that away from him. He has all of, no, he sang like the entire, like, Welcome to the Jungle, right up until the robot burst into flames. Spoiler alert. Did I ever do an updated tier list for legendary tier ships? I think I did an updated tier list recently? Question mark? I'm not 100% sure. I know I just did a tier list not that long ago. I say not that long. It's probably several months ago at this point, but... Oh, time flies. Oh, sorry. Time flies when you're having fun. Spartan has a voice for... I have a voice for TV and a face for radio. That's what you meant to say, wasn't it, Jess? Time funds when you're having flies. Exactly, Kabuki. Exactly. What up, Arrow? I think I said hi to you earlier, but I'm not sure if I did, but welcome. Low rider. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. All my friends driving low riders. The low rider. I'm sorry. It's just not. I know the song, but I don't know much of the lyrics to it. Oh my God, Becky. Look at her butt. It's just so big. It's like out there. If you guys know what song that is, let me know. I like small butts and I cannot lie. You honkies can't deny. When a girl walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round thing in my face, I get sick. Cause I like a toothpick. I beat that booty with the stick. Even the jeans she's wearing. Weird Al is great too, man. Such a lost art. Like, one of a kind. There are parody guys out there, but there's only ever gonna be one Weird Al. You got a question for me? All right, hit me with it, Demon. What you got? Yeah, he says something like that they can't do their effing job, and then he gets all like flustered because he's needing, because Liam Neeson is his director, right? Like, if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I watched the movie, but I'm pretty sure Liam Neeson is his freaking director. And he goes back to his trailer to get his heroin because he's freaking out. Needs to calm down. Can I agree that gay friends give the best gossip? I don't know. I don't get into gossip, so I don't know. I also don't have that many gay friends, believe it or not. I don't have that many friends, to be perfectly honest. Like, there are very few people in my life that I consider a friend, let alone that I converse with regularly. Wish I had more friends, but unfortunately, I just don't get out and talk to people very often. How about Bring It On, We Are Cheerleaders? Honestly, I've never watched that movie. I have never watched Bring It On, ever. Ever. God, my cheeks are starting to hurt from smiling too much. Y'all gotta quit. Y'all making me smile. What you guys doing in chat? Hurting my cheeks. I got big cheekbones, man. Remember that. Out of here looking like one of the chipmunks with their mouth full. You think of me as a friend? Well, I appreciate that, Jess. Like, I try to like be open and like listen to people, which is more than a lot of people do. Like, I legitimately try to be there for people when they need it, because I know that there's a lot of people out there that struggle and they need to have somebody that they can talk to once in a while. So that's why I always tell people, like, if you want to add me on Facebook, you want to add me on Instagram, whatever, you want to send a message some point because you're feeling low and you need somebody to talk to, like, I may not be able to respond right away, but I usually respond within a decent amount of time. And like, I always try to keep myself open for people for that reason, because I know what it's like to not have anybody to talk to, not have anybody that's you're able to share things with, you know, obviously within reason, because some of the folks out there are way too open with some of the stuff that they be talking about. All right? Lord have mercy. I don't know what it is about people finding out that you're trans, but it brings out like the worst conversations in people that you know and love as a family. Like, good Lord. That is something that I wish didn't happen. There are so many people that I've had conversations with that make me uncomfortable. Like, legitimately. Like, y'all need to find somebody else to talk to about that, because we ain't about that. That just ain't me. I'm sorry. You'd be surprised some of the conversations people try to have, man. Crazy. And I wonder, because, like, it doesn't happen to, like, it didn't happen to me as just a regular guy, right? Nobody came up and asked, got into those sorts of, like, creepy-ass, weird conversations as a guy. Like, you have your joke conversations and stuff like that, but not the creepy-ass, weird conversations. And I'm sure Jess knows what I'm talking about. But man, once people, like, find out that you're trans, like, it's just, like, they think that you're into the nastiest, creepiest, dirtiest things, and they all want to tell you about it. It's like, look, y'all need to chill. All right, we ain't like that. We ain't that close. You need to chill. There are some creepos out there, man, for reals. You've gotten questions of how tight that is. Yeah, that's pretty direct. I've had questions along that line as well. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, people are disrespectful, man. They I don't know. I guess they just fetishize people, so like they think of us as less than human. So they don't mind like asking us questions that they would never ask like another guy or another girl. Like they would never ask, but because we're trans, and they're like, oh, we'll ask them. You know, that's a whole other bag or like can of worms to open up. But people be nasty, all right? That's all you need to know. People be nasty. Like at the end of the day, we're just people, all right? We're a little different, but we're all just people. All right, you don't go up to your sister and ask her those questions. Why the hell are you going up to some random person? It's like, what's wrong with you? Be like, I think you need to talk to a psychiatrist. You got issues. Oh no, now I got a song in my head. There's a song in my head that I have on my workout playlist. As soon as I said you got issues, like it popped into my head. I forget who sings it, but I want to say it was Jessica or something like that. I could be wrong. It might be Jess. But it's I got issues. Cause I got issues, you got them too. So give them all to me and I'll give mine to you. Bask in the glory of our problems. Cause we got the kind of love it takes to solve them. Yeah, I got issues. And one of them is how bad I need you. Something like that. Been a while since I heard it, but it's usually in there in my mix for my workout playlist. Oh God. Yeah, Jess, I can imagine that would be even more ridiculous. I haven't got that far, Jess. I haven't got that far. Not yet. Maybe at some point, if I can ever have the money to afford, like, actually getting some sort of, like, gender-affirming care other than just HRT. But right now, I can't afford any of that stuff, so that'll probably never happen. For me, anyway. What are the other things that we're looking at here? Oh, you said something about pruning my grapes. Let me check. Prune your grapes. Is that innuendo, Jess? No, I mean, you got a vineyard. Prune that shit. Alright, they are yellow, so I guess we prune them now. Alright, let's get the pruner out. Look at this little tractor, man. This thing is so cute. Should we put this on the back or the front? I feel like this should be on the front. I feel like it should be on the front. Yeah, I mean, that's generally the case for everybody, paramedic. You're not wrong. What does HRT do? HRT simply allows you to take hormones to make yourself look more like the gender that you identify with. So for me, I'm on male to female HRT, which means I take estrogen in shots that suppresses my testosterone and makes me overall look more feminine, and actually makes you feel a lot more feminine too, because you end up having more emotions, and like there's a whole lot that it does. It has a lot of things that people don't know or don't notice, but there are obvious secondary sexual characteristics tied to the hormone of whether it's testosterone or estrogen. Estrogen being the female hormone, obviously. But I will say this, it's been a hell of a journey over the past going on 4 years, and I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. Like, I have made huge progress, leaps and bounds in both my mental, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, just the mental side of life, I guess, the struggles that we all have. Like, it is helped me a lot with my like gender dysphoria, my mental side of things, and that started almost immediately upon starting HRT injections. Like, just the idea that I was finally doing something about the way I felt about myself just put my mind at ease. You know what I mean? So, but yeah. I mean, there's a whole lot that you can look up on the internet to try to figure out, like, more things, but trust me, I could go into an entire lecture about the changes that I've personally experienced with being on HRT. But again, that's for like something else. Like that wouldn't be on a gaming channel. Like, if I were going to do, I've actually thought about starting a blog channel where I just kind of talk about my life experience and stuff like that. But I don't think I have that interesting of a life for people to, like, follow along with, you know? So, I don't know. What up, Neezer? How's it going? Any bad side effects? I mean, sure. Like, nothing is ever going to make the drastic changes that an HRT has and not have some sort of negative side effects. The emotion side of things, like I said, is both a positive but also a negative. Like, I am way more emotional than I've ever been in my life, and I think people can attest to that across the board. But, like, I kind of attribute emotions as a guy to basically being a robot. Like, you have emotions occasionally, but they're usually pretty subdued. From being on estrogen, your emotions get turned up to 11. Like, everything. And I do mean that. Like, everything triggers an emotion. And a lot of things will trigger you to cry. Happy things, sad things, cute things, everything makes you cry. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like, I know that sounds like stereotypical, and I'm kind of like making fun of it, but I promise you, I'm being truthful. Like, if you start estrogen, you will, after a while, you will start to cry at everything. You'll watch a movie and something cute will happen and you'll be crying. You just start feeling like your throat get all tight and a little tear coming down the side of your face. Something sad happens, you'll be crying. Like, it doesn't matter. Everything makes you cry. But your emotions just get turned up to 11. But other things that a lot of people probably don't say anything about, like, one of the things that changes is your sense of smell. And I don't know if anybody else can attest to this or not, but your sense of smell changes dramatically. It kind of caught me off guard. You don't realize that women actually have a better sense of smell than men. And it's because of estrogen. I figured this out the old-fashioned way. Like, as a guy, you get used to smelling things. You don't even, like, you get nose blind to a lot. Like, you don't notice a lot of smells. Which is why women tend to have things a lot cleaner, right? It makes sense, right? Guys will wear the same thing over and over again, just throw it in a hamper. Oh, it doesn't smell like it's too bad. Let me just throw this back on. But that ain't the way things work for women, right? Same thing. Like, that's something that you don't hear a lot of people talk about, but is the truth. Like, there's a big difference in the sense of smell between a man and a woman, which is kind of crazy. From picking up some Five Guys, nice. We're pruning the grapes. This is our vineyard. We're going through, we're pruning them so that they grow back next year stronger and bear more fruit. So these have already been harvested. We're just going through cutting the old dead vines away so that next year they can grow back bigger and stronger than ever before. You can smell fire that's on the other side of your city. I think that's pretty normal. I think that's pretty normal. Smell smoke. I think everybody can smell smoke. I'm talking about subtle smells that you probably don't realize are around. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but trust me. My sense of smell got amplified pretty big when I started estrogen. Like, that's just one of the changes that I noticed. Skin. Your skin gets so soft. So soft. Like, y'all don't even know. Guys, you are missing out. All right? I'm just going to throw that out there. If there was one thing that I think guys would enjoy about being on estrogen, it is the soft skin. All right? It feels amazing. Like, it really does. Like, I'm not going to get into all the graphic details, okay? There's if you want to look into that, you can get into, like, all of the stuff. I'm just talking about in general. Like, your skin is so much softer. And it feels great. It feels amazing. Especially when you get rid of all the hair. Like, it feels so good. Which is why women put themselves through hell just to try to, like, be smooth. Like, there's so many things, man. Can you sing Johnny Cash, Ring of Fire? I could probably do that. Love is a burning thing. Beep, 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 doo, doo. And it makes a fiery ring. Doo, 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 doo. Bound by wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher, and it burns the ring of fire, the ring of fire. Yeah, I can't go as deep as Johnny Cash, though. Like, there's no chance. I may be a baritone, but he is like the king of baritones. Have a good night, Lucky. Appreciate you dropping in, my dude. Women always in the bath. Yeah, but you gotta think about what they're doing in there. Sometimes it's soaking, which is nice in and of its own. Like, sometimes it's nice to just soak. But a lot of times they're just, like, pruning themselves, right? Preening, not pruning. We're pruning grapevines. Women ain't pruning themselves. They're preening themselves. They're getting rid of body hair. They're doing all sorts of things. You don't realize how long it takes to do all that until you have to do it yourself. But I will say this. If you've never done it, I highly recommend, just one time in your life, if you've never done it, one time in your life, shave all the hair off your legs. And then make sure you have some nice cool sheets on your bed and throw the sheet over your legs. It is one of the greatest feelings in the world. The cool sheets against your smooth legs, I'm telling you. And now turn that up about double. Like double that experience for women. How much do I spend on HRT? HRT in and of itself isn't actually that bad. I currently only take estrogen. I was taking progesterone too, but progesterone's really cheap. Estrogen, and the way that I take it is a injection. It's in an oil. I have to buy syringes and needles and stuff like that. But the oil itself costs about $110 for a 5 milliliter vial. But that 5 milliliter vial lasts me like 2 months, somewhere in that neighborhood. But my insurance doesn't cover it, so I have to pay full price for it, which is why it's so expensive. Might sell your Monahan. Marlboro is actually a good ship if you get used to it. Like, it really is. It's got nasty broadside potential, but you also have the potential to be sent back to port if you get caught. Yeah, it's actually not that bad. Estrogen tends to get into estrogen shortages here and there. So you gotta like try to order your stuff ahead of time before you actually need it to make sure that they can get it in for you. Because it's not something that they keep readily available most of the time at your local pharmacy. They usually have to order it. But yeah, it's not too bad. The most expensive stuff is like things like trying to get rid of hair. So laser hair removal, electrolysis and stuff like that. Not to mention painful. Like, that shit's painful, man. And expensive. And we won't even talk about like gender affirming surgeries or anything like that. I can't afford that shit. Like, I've looked into it. I can't afford it. I wish I could. I wish I could. A lot of people ask me like if I would be willing to like go all the way. And at one point I was saying no, it's not something that I was intending to go through. But the longer that I've been on HRT, the more comfortable I get with myself. Like, the more I have thought about it. But I still can't afford it. Like, it's not something that's in the cards for me, personally. I wish it was, but unfortunate. You couldn't put a needle. You get used to it. I don't have a problem with it at all. I do an injection at the moment I'm doing every 7 to 10 days. An injection every 7 to 10 days, and I just alternate thighs. You put it in your outside quad muscle. So one injection I'll go in my right leg. Next injection I go in my left leg. I keep a log to make sure I track my dosages as well as when I do it, and the leg that I'm using, so that I can alternate back and forth. For about $7,000, you can get laser hair removal in Florida. Yeah, well, I can get it a little bit cheaper than that here in terms of laser hair removal for my face. I'm doing the body hair removal the old-fashioned way. I actually have an epilator that I've been using to try to get rid of that for the first time, and whoa, boy, was that an experience. I don't wish that shit on nobody. The result is fantastic, don't get me wrong, but the process sucks. If you've never used an epilator, Lord have mercy, it sucks. But the result is worth it. And it's only the worst, like, the first time. After that, it's not so bad. Because then you're just going back and like, touching everything up. And that's awesome, Jess. Congrats. I'm happy for you. I wanna get to a point where I'm able to do that, but I don't think it'll ever happen. And the funny thing is, a lot of people think that, like, it's like trans people do it for their sexuality. Like, that has nothing to do with it for me. I've never been really a sexual person personally, like, ever. Like, when I'm in a relationship with somebody, I'm more about making them feel good than my own personal feel. Like, any of my ex-girlfriends can attest to this. Like, I personally couldn't care less about me during a relationship. Like, I try to like make my partner feel as good as possible. I've never been into the whole like sex thing, really. I do it for them more than anything else. What up, Christina? Welcome. Boy, if somebody comes in during this conversation, they're going to be way out of context. I apologize to everybody. I know this conversation kind of got derailed a little bit, but I do appreciate everybody hanging in with us. Hope you guys are having a good time, even if the conversation is a little bit different than you're used to. Basically, I think I paid $700 for 6 treatments when I did my laser hair removal, somewhere in that neighborhood. Paid about $700, and that was for my face. So I got like 6 sessions on my face. But I want to get back in and do that, and I may actually do that like with some of the money that I make next month. Like when I get paid next month. It's either that or I try to see if I can get some more electrolysis. But electrolysis is so expensive and takes so long, and it hurts so bad. Like the upside to laser hair removal is that it's quick. 30 minutes, you're in and out. They've done your entire face with the laser. For a couple of days after the laser, your face will be a bit irritated, and then it kind of like fixes itself, and then you're supposed to go back in and get some laser hair removal a couple of weeks later. But the electrolysis, man, the electrolysis is a whole other ballgame, man. It sucks. Not only is it somebody grabbing your freaking hair and pulling it out with a tweezer each time. Each little hair follicle they're pulling out with a tweezer. Then they're poking a freaking needle into the same hair follicle they just tweezed and then zapping you with a freaking electricity. It sucks. If anybody ever saw like my lip after a 2-hour marathon session of electrolysis on my upper lip alone, and saw how swollen my upper lip got, like you'd know what I'm talking about. Like it's awful. And honestly, it didn't really seem to help me all that much. Like, I still got hair on my upper lip, and I did 2 marathon sessions of electrolysis on my upper lip, where we spent like 2 hours straight doing electrolysis. And that is brutal. 2 hours straight of getting poked and zapped and tweezed. Even with like numbing cream on your face, it doesn't help. It hurts. What up, someones? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. I mean, if you don't play a ship and you want to get rid of it for extra silver, that's on you. But personally, getting rid of ships is a bad idea, because you're losing money when you do it. This honestly isn't that bad either. I know people were saying that grapes are terrible, but this hasn't been that bad. Like, I was expecting to get hung up on all these posts and stuff. Everybody was saying you're going to get stuck on everything. I haven't had any trouble at all. You were hoping to get linen back last Christmas? Like, if you sold a ship, you should be able to buy it back from Wargaming with the silver that you got from it. But it has to be a ship that you sold. But you go to wowslegends.com and submit a support ticket there, I believe. I mean, you can literally use a controller on PC too. You don't have to use keyboard and mouse. Like when I play on PC, I'm using a controller. I don't use keyboard and mouse on PC. I have this game on PC too. I just stream off of I stream my Xbox because I can play the game in 4K and stream it at a decent quality. Where I have to lower the bit rate if I play on PC. You only have 2 USB ports? We'll buy you a USB hub, Kabuki! Good lord, brother man. It's 2024. I've got 2 freaking USB hubs on my PC right now. Now, obviously, if you wanna like use one that requires like power, that would be difficult on a laptop. But like, you can get a USB hub where you have like an extender that you carry around with your laptop, plug it in, and you get like 5 extra USB ports. Come on now, it's 2024, brother man. You tried one of the multi-docks and it didn't work? I mean, I don't know what you tried, but I have 2 of them on my PC right now, and they're both full, and they work just fine. A lot of people don't know this, but your USB bus on your PC can handle way more things than you're ever going to plug into it. Like, I forget the amount of like possible USB signals that you can have plugged into a single motherboard, but it's absurd. You'll never use that many. But yeah, the ones that I have right now in terms of USB docks or expansions, whatever you want to call them, they both require external power as well. So that maybe wouldn't be the best choice for you in terms of your laptop, but you should be able to use a USB dock that doesn't require an external power source and be just fine. Should be able to. Your Asus ROG just says, nope, I ain't recognizing that. Weird. I don't know. We're almost done with the pruning, guys. Look. No more yellow leaves. Now, Jess, do we cultivate now or do we wait till the next, like, spring or whatever? You paid about $4K and it doesn't like controllers. Ouch. Like, you would think that it would have, like, a built-in Bluetooth or something on that. On a laptop. Like, I had to buy an adapter for my Xbox controller to work on my my PC through a USB plug-in. All right, we're done. Woohoo! Lord have mercy, this tractor feels fast after you've spent the last 30 minutes pruning at like 5 miles an hour. Wait for spring. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. So do we mulch first and then cultivate, or do you cultivate and then mulch? Like, I forget how that works when we do go for it. All right, well, that's done. That's done. Beautiful. All right, so we've checked on our sheep, we've checked on our chickens, we've cut, we've harvested, we've baled, we've wrapped, we've put away the bales, we've limed and fertilized all of our grass fields. We've sold our canola oil, we've sold our eggs. I think we're good to go. Hey, Spotlight. You here, buddy? Spotlight! Here, boy. Spotlight! Where are you at? Got some food for you. I think he ran away. Where's my buddy? Spotlight! Here, boy. Hey, there he is. I knew you couldn't resist. I knew you couldn't resist. Good boy. Good boy. Want to play ball? Oops, that was the wrong button. We picked that up. Pick that up and woo! Go get it, boy! Uh-oh. Where'd the ball go? He's magic! Spotlight is super dog! Good boy. Good boy. All right. Let's go sleep. Shall we? Wow. Teleported to the roof somehow. What are you doing, buddy? Oh, that's kind of cursed, but welcome. All right. All right, let's get some sleep. All right, now do we have anything? You're a wizard, puppy. What up, Hitman? How's it going? All right, now it is officially December. Let me feed my puppers. I don't think we have anything that is due in December, right? Like, that's a 7.5 meter head. We don't need any of that. Let's save real quick, and then we'll look at what we have to sell. Now, I know we have silage in January, but do we have anything that's sitting here? This is June, so we don't have to worry about that. Our wheat is for the chickens, so we don't worry about that. I don't think we have anything. Yeah, should be just normal. All right, let's get into January. Oh, wait. Let's check. I think we need January to sell the next bit of sheep, if I remember correctly. One of these days, the dog is going to bring Bigfoot home with him. You're probably not wrong. All right, so one more month and these sheep can be sold. I think these guys got plenty of food, or at least they should. Yeah, we got 7,200. So they're using about 1,800 liters a month in food. And they're producing about 2,500 liters of eggs. So, not too shabby there. All right, how many bales did we end up for the year? Let's do some math real quick. So we have 82 plus 47. Oh God, I don't have my, let me pull up my calculator real quick. 82 plus 47 has 129. And those are 50,000 liters, so times 50,000. That is 6.4 million, 6.45 million liters of silage. That is going to be some money! Money! La da da. La da 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 da. Do I like anime? Depends. I like Dragon Ball. I like old school anime like Naruto, Dragon Ball, and what is the other ones that I grew up watching? I grew up watching like Digimon. I grew up watching Inuyasha. Inuyasha was one that I watched a lot. Zoids. But yeah, that's pretty much my extent. Like modern anime, I don't know anything about modern anime. I do like Dragon Ball Super. I do keep up with that. Rest in peace, Toriyama. All right, buddy. We got work to do. It's sell time. How much money are we going to make, guys? So, obviously, who's buying our silage? I mean, it's going to be the same place it always is. So, we're not there yet on the sunflower oil. Silage is currently $344 per 1,000 liters at the animal dealer. Fair. Alrighty, let's get her done. Well, might as well pull out 24 bales real quick. Boop. And we'll jump in the tractor. Tumble out of bed and I stumble to the kitchen. Pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try to come alive. Jump in the flower, jump in the flower, jump in the shower and the blood starts pumping. Out on the streets, traffic starts jumping with folks like me on the job. Working 9 to 5. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. Barely getting by. It's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and you never get credit enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 5 to 5. For surface and devotion, you would think that I would deserve a better promotion or to move ahead, but the boss won't seem to let me. I swear sometimes a man is out to get me. It's time for capitalism. Let's go. Boop. Pick up all the pink marshmallows. I didn't divide by 1,000. What do you mean? No, I was showing the amount of silage that we had. I didn't need to divide by 1,000. So we have 6.45 million liters of silage. That was the I think it was 129 bales of 50,000 liters apiece. Any thoughts of how the Helldiver players are trying to let the robots destroy Super Earth in protest to the devs' changes to the game? I haven't heard about that, to be honest. but kind of funny. $2.2 million in silage. I mean, you guys know how much I have currently. Like we have 6.45 million liters, right? Divide that by 1,000, and then multiply that by $344, and that'll tell you exactly how much I'm getting out of silage without the environmental bonus. Now we will get an environmental bonus, which I have no idea what our environmental bonus stands at right now. I'm gonna have to check. It's been a while since we checked that out. What is our environmental bonus? 86. Let's go. Let's go, baby. So we're getting an 11% environmental score sell price increase. All right, time to go sell. You guys know the deal. And they're off. Like, we could do the math. I clicked the wrong button. I hate that. Like, I end up clicking so many buttons. Alright, so we divide that by 1,000. That's 6,450. And then times that by 344. That'll be 2,218,800. So $2,218,800 is what we should get from selling our silage without the environmental bonus. The environmental bonus will add extra on there. So, yay. So in total, we should end up probably getting somewhere in the neighborhood of because I think we get about a $50,000 bonus per trailer, if I remember correctly. So we can assume like 6, let's see, 129 divided by 24. So it's gonna take 6 truckloads, 5.5 truckloads to get over there. So that'll be an extra 300,000 or so. So we're looking at about $2.5 million worth of silage when you factor in the environmental bonuses. So with us being $443,000 currently, by the time we're done selling our silage, we should be looking at roughly $3 million in the bank total. We'll see how close I am. Y'all think I do all this and don't think about the numbers. I'm always thinking about the numbers. Hence the reason we're still in business. We've done so well on this playthrough, I ain't gonna lie. Here we go, numbers going up. Yeah, so 414,000 plus an extra 45,000 in environmental score. So again, it should be close to 3 million. I don't think we'll break 3 million, but it'll be close. On to the next one. I like how you did all that math in the thing, and I've already done it on my calculator. So, oh my God, Bambi. You shouldn't be doing that. I'll make deer burger out of you. This is my favorite time of the year. Making all the money, all the work we put in all year long. This is where it becomes worth it, because then we finally get some money. And then we spend it as fast as humanly possible. Because that's how this game works. You get money, you spend all year to get your money, you get your money, you spend it immediately. Then you got to put in a whole other year's worth of work before you get your next paycheck. Going up. And now the end is near. And so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I traveled each and every highway, but more, much more than this, I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few. Fuck! But then again, hey, speaking of regrets, I have a few. Too few to mention. I did what I had to do. I saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step on the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall, and did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried, I've had my fill, my share of losing, and now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way, oh no, not me, I did it my way. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. You don't remember the word "fuck" in that song? Are you sure? Are you sure? I'm pretty sure it's a classic line. Frank Sinatra put it in there one time. It's a forgotten verse. You know, just for those of us that are like real fans. The fact that I did that right as I got to the part where I was talking about regrets is perfect. Regrets. I've had a few. Fuck! But then again, too few to mention. But, you know, when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, right? So we made the most out of it. We didn't cry and complain. We simply put the stuff back, and then the stuff that we needed, don't you dare roll into that trigger and disappear. Yeah, once we sell everything, I'm probably going to call it a night. Then we got to figure out what we're going to use the money on. That's some of my favorite parts of this game, is once you get the money, like trying to figure out what the best way to spend it is. I'm really good at spending money. Not so good at saving it, you know? More land for more grass. You're probably not wrong. We already talked about the next purchase land-wise and what we're planning on. Regrets. I'd have you. Expand the vineyard. Again, wouldn't be the worst idea. The only thing I don't like about the vineyard is it's so much like manual labor. Like, I like stuff that we can hand off to the AI, and we can't do that with the vineyard. You know? We have to do that the old-fashioned way. Like, it's not bad work. Wait, you know the one thing that we didn't look at? When does grape juice sell? Because we ought to have some. This was a mistake. But we ought to have some grape juice. Could make a big plot of land for all the animals. You're not wrong. Thank you, Jess, for the $5. Appreciate you. Can't wait to hear what the Streamlabs says about that. Wonder if the text to speech will read it out or not. That is so loud. It didn't read it. I didn't think it would. Yeah, the text-to-speech has an automatic profanity filter in it. For obvious reasons. Woohoo! 2 loads down. What up, Clint? Welcome to the stream. One more like and we're at 69. I got 67 according to my count. But I do appreciate you guys. Don't forget, we do try to get to 100 likes. I think we might miss this one. you gonna call? Ghostbusters! When there's something strange in your neighborhood, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! I'm gonna have to look up the lyrics to that song. I don't remember the lyrics. If there's something strange in your neighborhood, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! If it's something weird and it don't look good, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! I ain't afraid of no ghost. If you're seeing things running through your head, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! An invisible man sleeping in your bed, oh, who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Alright, let's get another one. Try to get as many of these as we can on the first try here. Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring's like on a Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song, let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Daniel is traveling tonight on a plane. I can see the red tail lights headed for Spain. Oh, and I can see Daniel waving goodbye. Lord, it looks like Daniel must be the clouds in my eye. Whoa, Daniel, my brother, you are older than me. Do you still feel the pain of the scar that won't heal? Your eyes have died, but you see more than I. Daniel, you're a star. Thought you were the only one listening to that era? Dude, I listen to everything. That's the thing. And you don't know what's going to be the next song comes out of my mouth. I literally listen to everything. What up, Lane? Welcome to the stream. All right. Load number 3 is on its way. Let's go. But I hope everybody's having a good time tonight. Appreciate you guys all hanging out with me for a few hours while we do some farming. And now where we do our selling. Like, this is literally the best part of this game. Like, not only, like, this is your reward. A whole year's worth of work has gone into this. Each year, more and more work going into our total at the end of the year. Watching that number slowly increase is so good. Now to repeat what I said at the start, they'll need a large crowbar to break us apart. We're alone but far from blue. Before we get finished, we'll make the town roar. We'll make all the late spots and then a few more. We'll start out at Jilly's and maybe touch shore, but life is gonna be wild for my shadow and me. That's a high note for my ass to hit. I have to get up into my falsetto for that one. All right, RC, appreciate you dropping in, my dude. Have a good night. What up, Jaquarius? Wow, that is a unique name. Welcome to the stream. I don't think I've seen you. Spartan, please, World of Warships Legend streams. Wednesday, my dude. Wednesday. Every week, Wednesday. I stream 1 day a week on World of Warships Legends, and that is Wednesday. Sometimes I'll do multiple streams, but usually it's 1 day a week. But I do appreciate you dropping in. I hope you're having a good night. Like, I know I could make more money if I streamed Legends more, but my sanity is more important. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed, Jaquarius, and it's nice seeing you in chat. Glad you got a chance to actually catch a live stream live. Sorry it isn't the game that you wanted to see, but I do post videos on Legends all the time. Like, I legitimately, other than today, I legitimately post a video on World of Warships Legends almost every single day. So, and then I stream once a week. So, like, I know everybody likes my World of Warships Legends content, but I do like to play other games. And it is nice to get away from competitive stuff for a little while. What up, DJ? Welcome. Like, nobody does as much YouTube content for World of Warships Legends as I do, other than maybe Big B. And that's just because he streams it all the time, and then he just posts his best games from the live streams. He doesn't actually, like, do voiceovers or anything like that. Yeah, Lane, I'm glad you get to check it out before you decide to buy. I would wait, if you have the next gen console, so if you got the Series S or X or a PS5, then I would wait because the new game comes out in November. But if you don't have a next gen console or PC and you were thinking about buying 22, Farm Sim 22 is fun. I enjoy it. I really do. What up, NK? How's it going? Well, I'm glad you enjoy, but I am definitely not the best player. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy what I do, but I promise you I am not the best player. Never have, never claimed to be, never will be. There are far better players than I out there. Some of them happen to be content creators. Guys like Metager, Durka, Aaron, Zarkoon, Big B, PG, those guys. All those guys are better at the game than I am. And there's probably more, I'm just forgetting people right off the top of my head. I find myself in that above average, but below super uni status, you know what I mean? Like, I'm a step above the average player, but I'm about 3 steps behind the best players. Big B is great, man. He's a super chill streamer, streams all the time. He's way better at the game than I am. I think the dude has a 70+ win rate as a solo player. I mean, he's insane. Like, he's such a good dude. And nothing phases that man. Like, nothing gets that man pissed off. But that's the guy that I generally watch while I'm falling asleep. Like, if I want to watch some Legends while falling asleep. Because he's in Hawaii, so it's like perfect timing for me. Like, he'll start streaming usually. He did stream earlier today, so he probably isn't going to be streaming tonight, but... You learned to crossfire and to kite from me? Yeah, I mean, I'm not bad. And again, I'm not saying I'm a bad player. I know where I stand in the hierarchy of the World of Warships Legends player base. So, like, anybody that is average or below average can look up to my videos and learn quite a bit. Those people that are around my skill level may learn a thing or two, because I do a lot of like looking into things. Like, I memorize a lot of stuff that a lot of people don't. Like, a lot of the stuff that I can overmatch and stuff like that. I do memorize a lot about ships, but again, tactics and stuff like that, like the way I play the game, I don't recommend other people play, just simply due to the fact that, like, if you play as aggressive as me all the time, you're going to run into the same situations I run into, where sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And when it doesn't, it is incredibly frustrating, because you'll watch your team essentially sitting behind an island while you're getting bombarded by everybody on the map. But boy, when it works, it is so much fun. But my goal with my videos has always been to be entertaining and informative. So, like, I know where I stand in the player base. I know what I am and am not good at. I don't pretend to be better at things that I'm not. Like, I just play the game. I enjoy playing the game. I enjoy making videos for people to watch. And I try to make those videos entertaining and add in a little bit of teaching moments when I notice. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it, NK. I think one thing for sure is, when it comes to World of Warship Legends content, for the amount of views that I get, like, I know there are people that put out singular videos that get more average views than some of my videos do, but with my consistency of uploading, nobody matches it. Nobody. Which is why I'm up over 25 million views, most of which came from World of Warships Legends. Even PG that passed me, most of his views came from shorts that weren't even World of Warships Legends related. And that's not to take anything away from PG. I always said that if anybody would pass me, it'd be him, because his editing is top notch. Like, he's very good. But when he did pass me, he passed me making shorts that were unrelated to World of Warships Legends. So I put a little bit of an asterisk next to it. But I love PG. He's just an all-around good dude. Fun to watch. Great player. He's the total package, man. Load number 4 has been delivered. So we got one more full load and a partial. Muse taught you how to play cruisers. Nice. See, that's the thing. Like, I can honestly sit here and say nobody taught me how to play cruisers. Nobody taught me how to play battleships. Nobody taught me how to play destroyers. I just simply play everything. I jump in them. I figure it out and play my way and find out what works, what doesn't, and I try to look back on what went wrong when things do go wrong, and I try not to make the same mistakes over and over again. You know? And that's, at the end of the day, that's all anybody could ever ask, right? You get into a game, you try things, some things are going to work, some things are not going to work. You figure out what went wrong, and you try to correct it so that you don't make the same mistake over and over again. What up, Thor? Welcome to the chat. Yep, we're getting there. We're getting some money. Slowly but surely. Dude, that white car about made a huge mistake. Huge mistake. You're still trying to play ranked? I feel sorry for you, my dude. Dude, that was brutal. Like, I already knew what to expect going in. Like, I knew the German torp boats were going to be out because that's all anybody wants to play. Because nobody has any actual skill in this game, right? Like, people all want to play the easy way out. So they all jump in the German torp boats. The maps are, like, specifically set up for German torp boats to be superior. It's the one time they get a chance to shine. But, man, it got old fast. Eventually, I just got to the point where I was like, I'm done with this. We're going to run a German torp boat. And then we're only going to use the torps if we absolutely have to. And it worked. We only lost one battle after I switched to that ship. Like, we lost one earlier in the stream, but that was my fault. I was a dum-dum. Later in the stream, when we jumped in the battle cruiser, we didn't lose another match. We lost one match, which just goes right back, and that was against another German torp boat. But that goes right back to what I was saying, which is, if you're in one of those German torp boats, whether it be the battle cruiser or the Gneisenau, and you lose, it's on you. You should not be losing matches, unless, of course, it's a mirror match where somebody else has torpedoes, right? And it just comes down to who has better, like, who gets into a better position quicker. But just having the torpedoes as a deterrent, keeping all the other torpedo boats at bay, was a big deal. Like, we used our guns predominantly through the rest of that thing as a German battlecruiser. But we still won. And then when we went up against something that had torpedoes, we used the torpedoes. But our primary method of damage was still the guns. We still just beat them up with the guns. Alright, so it looks like we're going to have 9 bales left. All right, for future reference, I think that if we start grabbing 2 extra bales on the front each time we take a full load, then we would not have to worry about doing the extra trip each time for the partial load. I think we would be able to take all of the extra bales that we create during the year. At least currently. So I think next year we'll do the 24 on the trailer plus 2 on the front each time we go to deliver. And then that'll keep us from having to go like crazy. That'll save us 1 extra like partial trip. In a little cabaret in a South Texas border town, played a boy on his guitar, and the people came from all around, and all the girls from there to Austin. All right, now all we got is 1 more partial. 9 bales. $450,000 liters of silage left to sell. Oh. Steak and eggs sounds good. I don't know about that. Sleep sounds good to me. I thought this would be a longer stream tonight, but I have just crashed, man. Good thing it ain't gonna take us too much longer to finish selling everything. I might fall asleep at the wheel. I noticed. I saw you guys were talking about food. Y'all always be talking about food, man. No matter what time of day it is. What was that? Should have had that instead of pork chops. I don't know, pork chops sound pretty good right about now too. Not necessarily right now, but I mean, in general, pork chops are pretty good. Man, I was getting pretty good at the whole frying up some pork chops thing when I was doing the HelloFresh stuff. Man, I made some good pork chops. Especially the dill, like the creamy dill pork chops. Man, That was some good stuff. That was some good stuff, man. Get you a nice little sear on both sides of the pork chop, and then you make your creamy dill sauce. Woo. Man, that was good. My mom only ever made pork chops one way, and that was roll them in flour and fry them on the stove. That's the only way she ever made it. I never rolled mine in flour. I just simply seared it on both sides, and then I would end up cooking it, finishing it in the oven usually. But you sear it on both sides, get you a nice crispy crust on both sides, throw her in the oven, and then while it's in the oven, you make your sauce. In the same pan you just seared the pork chop in, so that you get that nice chunky goodness in there, you know? So good. Peppercorn sauce. I've never actually had a peppercorn sauce, but I do love me some black pepper. I have a pepper grinder that I bought. Like, they actually sell these things like at Kroger's. There's a sea salt one and a black pepper one, but it's like a disposable grinder. So like it comes with the peppercorns already in it. It's in like a plastic bottle, and it's got the like grinder on top. But I love me some freshly ground black pepper, man. Some good stuff, man. And black pepper is good for you too. It helps aid in digestion and helps curb your appetite too. Black pepper is good for you. Salt, on the other hand, not so much. You need a certain amount of salt, but too much salt's a bad thing. Just had your biggest harvest of 28 bales. Congrats. Moving right along, Jess. You're going to be passing me before long. What do we normally get? We get one, so we usually get about 20 bales off of the top three, and then we get 26 off of the bottom two. So about 49 bales per harvest right now is what we're getting, at least on our full harvest anyway. First harvest of the year is usually a little short. Deep fried pickles. I don't think I've ever had a deep fried. Actually, I lied. I have had deep fried pickles. I've definitely had deep fried pickles. They're not that bad. Not something I would go for. I like a nice, fresh, cold dill pickle right out the jar from the refrigerator. But it's got to be nice and cold. I don't like it warm, man. Some people like their pickles warm. I don't like it unless it's on a burger or something. But I used to eat those big old fat dill pickles. You know what I'm talking about? Those big old fat dill pickles. Come in like a big jug. Then you get all that nice pickle juice left over afterwards, that brine. And you know you're going to drink some of that pickle juice. Right? Like, I ain't the only one. It's not good for you. I mean, it's vinegar mostly, but there's a lot of salt in there too. So it's not a good thing to drink. At least not in large quantities anyway. But what I tell you, fellas, look at that. $2.912 million. I was right on the money. Shocker. Turns out math works. Just under $3 million after we sold all of our silage. Not too shabby. Baked potato with chili, cheese and sour cream. Aye. All right, here's a real question. Are you a crackers in your chili kind of person? Like, who here crunches up their crackers and puts it in their chili? See, I like a good grilled cheese with my chili. Like, am I crazy for that? You guys like that? I like a good, fresh grilled cheese sandwich with a bowl of chili, man. hot sauce and chili. I mean, you can have chili as spicy as you want. Like, that ain't the problem. Screw you, Amazon! We almost forgot to tell them today. Had to remind them who's boss out here. Jeff Bezos ain't got nothing on me. I'm out here putting in the hours. Some of us actually have to work for a living. Whee! Boy, that'd be scary as hell being that broad or like that close to tipping over in a tractor. Dude, grilled cheese with your chili is so good. It's so good. You're allergic to onions? And that's an ingredient in canned pickles. Huh? How in the hell is onions an ingredient in canned pickles? Also, who eats, like, I don't... Is it because maybe it's because they're made in the same, like, factory? Because I know when it comes to allergens, sometimes that's the case. They'll put it on there as a, you know, this was made in the same factory as blah, blah, blah. Fill in the blank. All right. So we sold off our silage. Next is, I would say honey, but we don't have to sell any honey. So next should be our grape juice, right? Grape juice sells at its highest in September. Okay, so we're a little ways away from that apparently. We'll see what it's at next month. I mean, it's currently at $2,700. Or no, it will sell for $2,700. We're currently at $2,300. Okay, that's also the wrong thing. No, February is $3,000. $378. I think we'll wait until February, so we'll check next month and see where we're at. And then we'll sell off our grape juice. Sell off the grape juice. What up, Ghost Knight? Welcome to the stream. Grilled cheese and tomato soup, fair. I mean, that's the classic combo. Can't go wrong with a little grilled cheese and tomato soup. What up, CH? Good to see you. Christopher, appreciate you dropping in, my dude. Alright, let's feed the goober. And then see what our grape juice. So 31.38 is its max. We're looking at 31.62 at the fast food restaurant right now. Woo-wee! I think we're about to have some good old-fashioned grape juice sale going on. Come on, you silly truck. Warm up, let's go. We got grapes to sell. How much are we going to make? I don't even know how much we've actually made. I have no idea. So let's look at our production chains real quick. Alright, we can turn that off. And we have officially finished producing all of the grape juice. Dang it. I almost pulled it off. That black ice got me though. I ain't gonna lie. Almost recovered it, but that darn fence got right in the way. And that is a strong fence, man. That is a strong fence. Well, we'll go down here, we'll pick up our trailer full of grape juice, and we'll take it over to the fast food restaurant. God, that is sadness. Still. Still sadness. Also, I'm pretty confident it's about time to do our, planting of the cotton, if I remember correctly. Whoop. Incoming! How much grape juice we got on this trailer from one harvest? 12,960 liters of grape juice. All right. That's not too shabby. I don't think it's going to be a lot of money, but given the fact that it was our first ever harvest, and we don't have that big of a vineyard, like, I think it'll be worth it. It's time to go now. Oh, good Lord. Wake up! All right. Sell off our grape juice. Hopefully he takes it all. Dude, I said I was going to get grape juice and I completely forgot, man. Now I want grape juice again. I knew I was forgetting something. When I went to the store the other day, I was like, man, I know I'm forgetting something. Alright, so we got about $45,000. Not too shabby for a harvest. Is it worth it? I mean, could be worse. Could be getting nothing. Take us back over there and drop it off at the old grape processing unit. I think we need a bigger vineyard, potentially. I think we replace that sunflower patch with more vines. What do you guys think? I don't know though, man. That's really not that much money for the amount of work that you're doing. You know? I mean, that was $45,000. And that's a lot of manual labor. Oh God, wrong button. Went the wrong way. Alright, head this thing back up to the top. If I remember correctly, it was either February or March that we were supposed to plant the cotton. And I'm not getting into that tonight. Woo! Dude, this thing does not like going over curbs at all. To put it into perspective, we got more money out of honey from the bees that we didn't even have to do anything with than we just got out of those grapes. So I don't know if expanding that vineyard is going to be worth it either. That's a lot of extra work. I think we'll keep it just because it's something different and it breaks up the monotony of doing the same things all the time. But when it comes down to it, I don't think it's the best maker of money. If you could automate it, sure. But given that you can't, oh no. A lot of manual labor for not a lot of price. And get rid of the sunflowers and put your bees there. Well, I don't need to put my bees there because I can put the bees right out in front of the vineyard there in that little opening spot. Let's take a look at our planting calendar real quick. I'm pretty confident that cotton is March. Okay, so next month. Fair enough. How much food we got over here for everybody? I know the sheep are good because I dropped those off, so they're fine. How we looking over here? You're at 3,600 liters, so next month we'll have to fill you back up. We are officially full over here, so that's good news. We don't have to sell any for 4 months, 3 months, 3 months. Till we sell the next bunch of sheep. Yeah, Rook is, but Rook only has 2 torps per side, whereas Resistance gets 4 torps per side. Same ship, essentially. Alright, is there anything that we're looking at in here? I don't think so. So we're good there. Now, I know that the cotton, or the sheep wool, whatever you want to call it, doesn't get taken out until next month. I think they're trying to tell us something. There you go, Spotlight. There you go, buddy. Good boy. Go play in the sandbox. All right, we will need chicken feed, so let's go ahead and do that before we forget. Good Lord, this storm is relentless. We'll pick up our wheat, get ready to go over there and do that. You call this a storm? All right. Well, I think we're going to do a little bit of math here. Everybody's favorite subject. So we'll leave the cotton out of it, or the wool. Why do I keep saying cotton? Wool. So we currently have 21,000 liters of wool. Next month this will get sold, so we'll probably be closer to 22 to 23,000 liters of wool by the time we get to that. So that'll be good. But if we look, we do have sunflower oil that needs to be sold. It is actually sellable in March. 38.35, 38.46, 38.83 at the grocery mart. 39.32 at the Red Marble Bowling Restaurant. Woo! All right, we're selling it to the Red Marble Bowling place. Where's my truck? I forgot. You are coming with me, sunshine. We got work to do. We gotta go. Let's get some sunflower oil. I wonder if that's what they actually put on the lanes at the bowling aisles. I had no idea if that's the case. Like, if they actually use sunflower oil on bowling aisles, or bowling lanes, that's new news to me. But we should have... Woo! What in the world is wrong with this truck, man? Good Lord, I swear it got no suspension at all. And has the ride height of a goddamn Ferrari. Getting caught on every goddamn bump. We go over here and pick up our sunflower oil, which should be already loaded on the trailer and ready to go. Alright, we got 6,000 liters of sunflower oil. Are we storing any? We're sitting on three pallets, so we need to get some pallets out the way. How do we do this? If we leave this here, we detach it. Can I move this truck around, come in with the front bumper and shove these pallets out the way? Oh, that worked a treat. That was like it was made for that. It's only going to put out the canola oil in it. That works really well. I found a use for this thing's bumper. All right. Beautiful. Now we've got that figured out. At this point, I'm just picking on that cone. I hit that cone every single time I'm in here. Same cone, too. All right, we're taking this up to our good old-fashioned bowling alley. First time we've ever gone to the bowling alley. And again, for the size of the field, getting 9,000 liters of sunflowers doesn't seem like it's, or sunflower oil, doesn't seem like it's going to be worth it. I mean, that is still, what would we just say, $3,900, almost $4,000 a 1,000 liters. So it's still anywhere from $30,000 to $35,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. But still. I mean, if you combine the grapes with this, then we basically earned about, I don't know, $80,000 to $90,000 in total. Look, we're home. Yeah, so that was actually better than I thought it was going to be. So 35,000 plus 3,800, so about $39,000. So better than I thought it was going to be. Now we got to pick up all that freaking canola oil we spilt everywhere. By spilt, I mean we just shoved it out the way. Dude, my body's starting to ache for some reason. I don't know why. Like my shoulders hurting, my freaking legs are hurting. I'm ready for bed, man. Lay down and relax. Beautiful. B-E-A-U, beautiful. Guys, we're over $3 million again. Look at us go. Yo, paramedic coming in with a $10 bomb. Thank you so much, my dude. Get a goat in the chat for paramedic too. I appreciate all you guys. You guys know that. You guys are always so generous to me on these streams. Glad you guys enjoy. Keep Spartan. Did I work out today? No. Today's a rest day. I usually work out Monday through Friday. And I have my weekends off to relax. All right, so like I said, cotton is the next thing that needs to be done. We gotta we've already cultivated and limed that field, so we just simply gotta plant the cotton in the big field. And for those of you wondering, this is our big field. This big old area right here. This whole thing is gonna be a giant cotton field. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that works out for us. What else? So the wool will get sold next month. Yeah, cotton gets planted in March. Oh my God! Dude, Christopher Hill coming in dropping a $50 bomb out of nowhere. Thank you so much, man. Good Lord. Y'all catching me off guard. I'm trying to like wind down the stream a little bit and y'all just throwing everything at me here. Crap. Where was I? So next month, or this month, when we come back in the next stream, we should be planting our whatchamacallit? Cotton. Didn't we buy a new planter? Like, I'm pretty sure we did, right? Like, we bought this new planter. Now, this is... I think that's a cedar. This is our planter currently. We were gonna buy another planter, weren't we? Let me look. I'm fairly confident we were going to buy a new planter, and we never got around to it. Also, that's a Fendt 900. That's actually a decent tractor. We don't need it right now, but that's a decent tractor. But yeah, planters wise, we were gonna buy the big planter. We didn't have the money at the time, if I remember correctly. So if I remember correctly, we were gonna buy this thing. 350 horsepower requirement, but it has 18.2 meter working width. Is capable of doing corn, sunflower, soybeans, and cotton. So we can use this on all the big fields. The only thing we can't use it for is our canola, unfortunately. But it does come with fertilizer and planter. And it is a direct drill, meaning from now on, we don't have to cultivate the fields that we're going to be using this on, which is a big deal. So looking forward to getting this. So I think that is one of the purchases we were planning on making. So let's go ahead and purchase that. Yeah, there's nothing extra that we need to do here. So we'll just grab this thing. Look at this big old planter, man. So this is a direct to reel planter that has the ability to fertilize and seed. And you don't have to cultivate for it. So we do want to buy that. It's $250,000, but, you know, it'll be well worth it. We'll be using it on all our fields except for canola. So that's a big deal. And then we simply need to grab a hold of one of our tractors and transport our old planter. Now, I did notice that it was asking for liquid fertilizer. So that's a thing that I'll have to deal with, but it'll be worth it. Much better working with than this thing. And it holds more. Because if you remember correctly, this thing just didn't hold anything. Like, seed-wise, it held very little seed. It did hold okay amounts of fertilizer, but it's a solid fertilizer, so we can't use it in the next planter anyway. But we'll take this over here and we will look at the size of that thing. Good Lord, that is a big old sucker. All right, set this thing right here. I know we should unload it, but there's nothing in it. We can't use the solid fertilizer in the next thing anyway, so I'm not worried about it. Let's go ahead and repaint it and sell it. $25,640 is what we got back out of it. Let's go ahead and grab this thing. Yeah, so it takes a liquid fertilizer. That's herbicide there, so we'll have to order some. So we go in here and grab, we want some liquid fertilizer. Both of these are the same. I don't know how much we can hold, but these are 2,000 liters apiece. So we'll just get 2 of them. See how that does. And then, of course, we will need some fertilizer, or some seeds. We'll go ahead and throw a couple of bags of seeds out here as well. It looks like one is probably going to be pretty close to filling it up fertilizer-wise. Go ahead and fill up our seeds as well. And we'll be using this thing right away in the next episode to plant our cotton field. And it can hold a lot more seed and a lot more fertilizer, so I'm happy with that. Perfect. So 4 bags fills us almost all the way up. And then we got to get that other liquid fertilizer on board, or at least close enough to where we can try to fill it up with liquid fertilizer here. There we go. Put the fertilizer in the back, apparently. And that's it. Alright, so this thing actually will get used right away in the other field. So we can pull out the old John Deere and get ready to hook up to this thing, because we need that horsepower. It is the only tractor we currently have enough horsepower to pull this thing. We're starting to get to that point where we're using implements that are bigger than our medium tractors. So that's good. It helps speed things up just a little bit. I looked away. Thank God for the safety gates at the crossing, huh? I looked away, about ran into the train. All right, let's go ahead and put this in the field. And we will unfold this thing for the first time ever. Look at this thing go. Look at this transformer. It's a whole process, man. Look at it. It's beautiful. All right, set this thing down. The old John Deere gonna have to come out here and hook up to that beast. We need all the horsepower for it. All of it. Oh, Mr. John Deere. I know we can't do it right now because we're about to end the stream, but I got a job for you, and only you. Do you feel important? When you see this implement, you're going to feel real right at home, okay? You see the size of that thing? Only you can help prevent forest fire. I mean, only you can pull this gigantic planter. Look at this thing. Woo-wee. That's a big planter. You know it's a big planter when you hook it up to this thing and you still look tiny. Look at that thing. Oh, this is gonna go down in the next episode for sure. Oh, sure. All right, now we got some decisions to make. All right, let's take a look at the map. All right. So, this is the property we currently own. This is the next planned expansion. These two properties right here. All right, we got 397,000 and we got 772,000. So, I'm not very good at math, but that's over $1 million just for these two properties alone. Okay? I have no idea what they are currently planted as, so we should probably look at crap. We should probably look at that. So right now, I'm not seeing anything unless it's sorghum. It's not sorghum. Are they just empty by chance? I think they are just empty. Soil composition. Growth is cultivated. So these two fields are cultivated and ready for us. Now, obviously, we would add to these fields, but I'm planning on making these grass fields. Right? Like this is going to be grass to add to what we already have over here. So, I think we go ahead and buy this property right here and right here. That is just over $1 million. How much is this one? $600,000. Do we just buy all three of these right now? That's $1.6 million. We currently have $2.7 million. I ain't no expert, But what is currently planted over here? Is that sunflowers? It looked like sunflowers. It's either sunflowers or corn. It is corn. It is not corn. The hell is it? Is it wheat? Might be wheat. It's wheat. All right. So it's actually a lot of wheat. Holy moly, that's going to be a big thing of wheat. I say we just go ahead and buy all 3 of these. What do you guys think? The DB120 printer. What up, John? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Assassinator, how's it going? Just got the Georgia. I can see why you say don't go for the full reload on it. Yeah, you do want to have the artillery plotting room, the epic artillery plotting room on it if you can. What would have been awesome? You say that would have been awesome. I think we do it. I mean, it's more money in the long run, right? So let's just pull the trigger, get these 3 properties right here. 772. 397. $614,000. Look at the land now, baby. We're almost up to half of the map being owned by us. Just think about that. We are back under $1 million in the bank, but we're higher than we have been. And we don't really have anything else we need to buy anytime soon other than land, right? So these are all going to go directly into our profits. So we have a field full of wheat. We have these fields ready to go to be planted into grass, which I definitely want to get into planting it as grass sooner rather than later, preferably. But that'll all have to happen in the next episode. So for now, I think that will do it. Yep, I think that's going to do her. All right. And with that, I think that is where we end this episode. Thank you guys so much for everything, hanging out with us. How much grass are we farming? I mean, if we look at the map, we have these fields up here that are all grass. Okay. Then we have these fields right here that are grass. And now these ones will also be grass. And then this one is currently wheat. But I'm probably going to make that also a grass field. So this whole chunk over here is probably going to be grass. But only time will tell how we end up doing this. Plus, it looks like we're going to have some tree be gone business to do because all these trees that are along the railroad track, you guys know how that goes. And the river here. So we got our work cut out for us. But look at the progress, man. We're almost up to half the map. Now, obviously, we got a bunch of smaller stuff to buy in the middle here. Like that's going to be $70,000 or $145,000, $150,000, $170,000, $78,000, $364,000, $393,000, $225,000. We could buy this whole thing for, I don't know, somewhere around $1 million. Somewhere around $1 million, this whole block. Then we've got these areas over here. I don't know if I'm going to end up getting those or not. They're not big enough to really consider, to be honest. Not big enough to really consider. But that'll be a lesson for another time. Right now, Idaho is expanding. Look at the size of this place, man. Look at the amount of extra land we just added, by the way. Like, we've got, what? 8 hectares there. 4.4 there. So that, in and of itself, is 12.5 hectares. And then we have another 8. So we have 16 and 4.4. So we have 20.4 hectares. Double that for the acreage. So that's roughly 44 44 acres worth right there. I believe is how that works. Is what we just added to our farm. So, not too shabby. But I'm gonna call it there. Yeah, Jess, you sent me a message via Facebook. I will definitely check that out. So I'll get back to you ASAP. Don't forget, Jess did post a link in the channel if you guys are interested in checking her channel out. She's about to go live playing some Farm Sim as well. But I'm gonna call it a night. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. And if you like what I'm doing, punch the like button, leave a comment below, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and as always, I will see you in the next video.